Yo, Angry Maid. Was just browsing Twitch. Yeah. I came on a little earlier today. Yo. Yeah, great. Alright, welcome. Yeah, we're gonna continue with the game here. Of course, we have like, I think there's like 2 days left, or it's this one and then 2 more days. So we're officially past 50%. And I've been thinking about this a little bit. I came up with a bunch of ideas. And so basically a general idea that I'm thinking about is having, well, maybe it's easier if I explain by just doing this. So I want to change the shape of the ship. So this is the ship right now. And I want to change it to be more like a regular hexagon. So essentially doing something like this, you know, more like this. So it, yeah, something more like this. Wait, why does it look so weird? I think because the lines here need to be like tucked in a little bit. So essentially maybe a different angle. Because that's just a regular, yeah, that doesn't work. So something like that, maybe. Whoops. That's not. Okay, I think you just need to move over. There we go. I think that's now symmetric there. So essentially this will be one piece of the puzzle. Okay. And the idea, well, before I do this, actually, the idea is that we will have, you know, if we move you over like that. Whoops. So this would essentially be one of the configurations. Perhaps something like this. Maybe we'll could add more at the bottom as well. But the potential, you know, can be a lot of things. And essentially, so this would be one configuration. So essentially, is that correct? Yeah. So let's say take these for example here. And I'm going to merge these. Okay. So this could be 2 different ships, essentially 2 different bodies of ships. I'm not sure if it's going to be too large, maybe. I'm not sure if this is going to be a thing. But maybe we'll do like, you start out with like this here. Yo, Penguin. How's it going? So I'm thinking about changing a little bit of the basics of the game. So essentially, these are slots. So you're looking at the player ship here. And these are like slots. So each hexagon, and there you go, there's a hex, can have like a modification on it, like a weapon or a body mod, or, well, yeah, those are the only 2 things actually. So like a weapon or a body mod. And body mod could be, you know, giving you like a shield, or giving you some kind of aura, maybe like a damage aura, or time slow aura, or I don't know, something to that effect. And then so basically, like in between each level, the shards that you've collected can now be used to purchase some random upgrades that you get. So essentially, you know, like a roguelite, like in between each wave, you will get a choice between maybe 2 different upgrades, and they will cost shards. So if you haven't gathered enough shards, tough luck, or something like that. So you get shards, you can now purchase upgrades, and then so there will be like different types of weapons. I've already like thought about what different kinds of weapons they could be. Maybe there could be even more. We'll see. I'm trying to kind of get the basics of everything in first, I think. And then once that's done, we can like add more onto it later. But I think the basic system is going to work like that. So you buy a random upgrade in between each level. After you've done that, that's going to be added to your inventory. So you're going to have an inventory of a bunch of weapons and body mods, you know, that you gather while playing like one game. And then you can also have the opportunity, because you can't do this during a wave or during, you know, the level. You have to do it in between. You have to like equip the mods in between, so you can switch out weapons, move them around, you know, switch out for a body mod. And also, here where's the merge come in here. I think I'm gonna remove the ability for enemies to merge, which we've basically done like a super simple implementation right now. So it's, yeah, I think because that can become a little bit tricky, maybe, I'm not sure. But I'm gonna remove that, and I'm gonna move the merge thing for the player instead. So the player merges. Let's say you pick up 2 you know, machine gun weapons, 2 weapons of the same type and the same tier. Now you can merge them to upgrade to the next tier. I'm not sure if you need like 3 of them or 2, whatever. You know, you get enough of them, you can merge them together into tier 2, and that will become a better weapon. And then possibly you can also like get weapon mods. Sorry, 1 second here. All right, I'm gonna take out my pizza in the oven here, but so maybe you get like weapon mods. You can merge the weapon mods into a weapon, which then permanently modifies it. The weapon mod is lost, but it's now permanently modified the weapon. So now the weapon could have, I don't know, a dot effect, like a fire effect, or like some kind of other type of effect. Maybe it has increased projectiles, increased, you know, rate of fire, increased damage, you know, whatever. But it's going to improve the weapon. So you can choose to kind of upgrade one of your weapons with a weapon mod. So that becomes, you know, a little bit thing that happens there. And then maybe that's one of the choices that you can buy for, like, one of the choices that you get between each level or something like that. So yeah, so that's the idea. And then we can get to do something with our shards that is not just automatic. And also another benefit to this approach is that we could also just, you know, allow enemies to kind of use the same system, so that enemies could also use these modification systems to give them the same abilities as the player, maybe a little bit less impactful. Maybe they have less efficient, you know, but they will have, you know, we could give them some type of basic, you know, the same type of weapon that the player has or can have, and which would be randomly generated, and that would also, like, they would also have like different body types. So this would allow for 3 different slots. This would allow, this is a basic, like, or this is a huge enemy with, like, you know, it has 7 up to 7 different mods, and it will be like randomly generated to have one of these mods. If it has a bunch of mods, it will give you more shards if you destroy it. So yeah, so that will give a lot of variation to the enemies, sort of for free. It's not really for free because we have to make like the tier versions and stuff for them, but you know, it gives a lot of variation basically, and it kind of allows us to have like more like maybe like randomly generated waves of enemies each level. And the only thing, yeah, that we don't really have is bosses then. But the boss, what's happening here? The bosses can be, yeah, I would have to think about the boss because they would have to be like unique, and they can still do like unique enemies that doesn't follow this pattern as well. But yeah, that's the idea. So yeah, and then you could also unlock, maybe you unlock potential like future, but just like a roguelite, where you start out with kind of the basic upgrades that you can buy, and then when you get somewhere in the game, you unlock like a future weapon that you can now encounter in the runs and so on. And the enemies can also get this thing and so on. So yeah, it could potentially, like, how much work it will be, it depends on how many things we add into the game. But I think that this would be like a good baseline. I just need to get the basic systems in place for this to be happening. I mean, we got a lot of things already, like the shards. We got, well, I guess that's it, actually. But yeah, I would need to make some kind of wave, like a level, like in between level thing, where you can get a random selection of things you can buy. Click on one, you buy it, and then your inventory system there to be able to merge things and also switch out mods on the player body there. So yeah, a few things there to implement, but I think it's a cool thing to go for, because it gives it a little bit more kind of personality, not just another maybe like very basic shoot 'em up. I don't know. I thought it would be cool to kind of implement this idea. But yeah, I'm gonna BRB 1 second here. Right. Okay. So yeah, so if we look at this in kind of text form, these are the ideas that I came up with today, basically here. The player ship will have mod slots. Each mod slot can have a weapon or a body mod. The player will have an inventory of weapons and mods. At the end of every level, a random selection of mods can be purchased with shards. Maybe one weapon or one mod, or 2 mods or something like that. Like you get 1 weapon, like the selection of 1 weapon and 2 mods. The purchase mod will be added to the player inventory. I'm gonna call it item. After the purchase, we'll switch out items on the ship. Player may also merge weapons of the same type to increase its tier level. Maybe we'll allow something similar for like weapon mods. You can save a mod to potentially increase its efficiency in the future and then merge it in the weapon to kind of give you like a risk-reward thing there. Weapon mods may be merged into weapons to increase their efficiency or give like abilities or whatever. Weapons and mods might also be randomly added to enemies. I'm gonna call this items. Giving more variation. Each item will give extra shots when killed. You won't be able to pick up the shard, like the items, but you will be able to get extra shards when you destroy them. Remove enemy merging. I think we will do that, so I'm gonna just remove the question mark. More enemy variation. Yes. So yeah, I'm thinking about this as well. So I want, like, you know, basically a bunch of different types of AI of the enemies. Maybe it's bound to the body of the thing, or I'm not sure. And then different, like, different sized bodies with different number of slots. Maybe it doesn't have slots. Maybe there's like special enemies that behave in a certain way or something. I don't know. Or maybe everyone is like, you know, this kind of based on mods. Like we could start with that. And then bosses, which I do have an idea for one boss basically, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe we have like one boss in the end which you have to defeat, and it gets like more difficult or something between each wave or something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is the idea. So let's get to it. So let's do, I guess we'll start with a component. I'm just gonna call this an item. It could be probably like a union enum. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a, let's make it a struct actually. Because, well, there's some weird colors. Okay. Because if it's a union struct, or if it's union enum, then we can't write add general properties to it. Now we can. And we can have like a type, item type enum that describes what kind of item this will be. So item type, and of course we will export this thing, which will have like, maybe it's a weapon, or it's a weapon mod, or it's a body mod. That's basically those three kinds of items that we have. And then we'll have like a tier level perhaps. And the item type. So we have like the item type. The item type could also have subtypes. So what you could do then is you could make this a union enum. And then the weapon is like weapon type. Mod is weapon mod type. And body mod is body mod type. And we could provide them over here. So you would be an enum, and you would be, for example, machine gun. I'm gonna add other things as well, like scatter shot, rail gun, cluster bomb. We'll start with those, and then we're gonna have weapon mod type, which I'm still not quite sure what we'll do, but we'll probably have like damage, rate of fire, number of projectiles. I'm just gonna call it projectiles. And you know, those are the kind of the basic. Probably want to add other things there as well, but we'll start there and we'll move more. And then we have body mod type, and I guess we'll have maybe a shield, maybe this I feel like this is the hardest one, because in the game, since it's supposed to be like touch and mouse, then I'm thinking that you essentially have like unlimited speed. I mean, we could limit the speed based on things. If you move your thumb over, it might not immediately follow the player to your thumb. Or I mean, if the player ship might not immediately follow your thumb, it might set it as a target to where the ship is currently moving. And then the ship has like a limited speed. Eventually will catch up to your thumb. But I'm thinking, let's just make it so that you can like immediately move the ship with your thumb, maybe. That makes it more simple, I guess. But that kind of limits the things we can have in body mod. Because if we don't have that, if we have like a speed, we could add a speed here, like a speed mod to increase the speed of the ship. I mean, we could have other things like, I mean, maybe like evasion, like sometimes you thought you got hit, but you didn't actually get hit. You like evaded somehow. I don't know. Let's evasion. Let's just start there. Like, we don't need to do too much there. We could also look like different auras, like, I don't know, a fire aura that kind of deals damage to everything around the ship, something like that. But we'll add more things as we go. Like, I want the basic system in place first, and then we can like expand on it. So here's our different things. I'm gonna actually only allow some of these for now. So only one of each, just to simplify things in the beginning. Okay, so this is the item. This would be probably some kind of, this would be like the instance of an item. So this could show up in the shop, it could be in the inventory, it could be on the ship. I'm just thinking what it needs to have in case of it's in the thing. So for example, weapon, it might need more things than a weapon type. It might need like mods, like a list of mods that it has. We could add, maybe have the mods over here. We could maybe have a basic like weapon data struct that has a bunch of data that the weapon would have, and that's like a generic data thing that then determines the weapon functionality and the properties and everything, like damage, rate of fire, speed of bullets, and so on, type of bullets, how many bullets, and so on. The weapon mod type could also have like a basic list of you know, a data or like a data struct that like explains what it actually does. We could do that. Then we can kind of embed that data into the item type, but then it wouldn't be a simple enum anymore. So that's the question, how we maybe do that. I mean, we could just embed it into the union enum. We could call this the item data, maybe then. I don't know. Whatever. I'm basically discussing useless things right now. It feels like I'm actually just gonna set that this is actually a weapon. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. So this is the weapon type, but we have the weapon is a struct that has a weapon type. Okay, and then we have other, like, I'm gonna add other things here as well. Generic like data that will make it so that we can do different things there. You can also like, essentially you can also make this a union enum and then have each like type of weapon have their own set of data. Like that's also one thing that you could do. And then we have like the handler for shooting a weapon will be very like specialized into these. But what the generic weapon allows, like generic weapon data would allow us to do, is to like very easily maybe then, you know, design other types of weapons without having to have these very specialized weapon implementations. But yeah, I mean, once you have one weapon implemented, you can also very easily, I guess, implement another one using the same functionality as the first one as well. So I don't know, it's like pros and cons. Maybe this is better, maybe having you know, very specialized implementations as well. We could change U into Unan Enum, have machine gun be its own data type as well. But yeah, anyway, let's continue here. So yeah, weapon mod. I'm going to do that, and then we have weapon mod type. All right, and body mod is going to have the same thing here, body mod type. Okay, so now we can have that, and we have the ability to like add like generic things for all of our things. All right, so now I think I'm gonna do this actually. So let's actually make this a Unan Enum. You will be a machine gun. Gonna preface you with a weapon. So this could have, you know, what we can have here is like number of projectiles. I guess we start at 1, and rate of fire, which I guess will be like, actually let's call this cooldown instead. You know what, let's not give it default things, so we don't have to worry about this for now. We already have like for the complete one for tier 1 anyway. Number of projectiles cooldown. I guess damage per bullet. Damage. We could have like base damage, which is a U size, and then we could maybe. I think actually it makes sense if the damage is floating actually, because if you add like a damage mod, it would be kind of overpowered if you give each bullet 1 extra damage, because I mean, depending on how much health the enemies has, but I think it just makes sense if it was floating, because then you can very easily say, okay, well, let's add 10% damage, so now the damage is 1.1 instead of 2, you know, instead of increasing by 100%, you increase by 10%, which is really what you want maybe. So I think that makes a lot of sense. So I think that we want to change the damage type to be a float instead. So we'll do like base damage, and then we can have like damage factor or something. Because then base damage is like the same, and then damage factor will increase to then, you know, give you the actual damage based on these two. So if we get a mod that increases the damage by 10%, then we just increase damage factor, and we don't touch like the base damage. And yeah, I think that's it for now. We could add more things later, and then we can add a basic like damage function that will give us damage, and we'll just return base damage times damage factor. Oh yeah, and that's also like an idea for a body mod would be, instead of like a defensive thing, you can have an offensive thing, like increase damage of all weapons by 10% or something like that. Rate of fire, etc. But anyway, that will be the first thing here, and I will have some kind of you know, function that will spawn 1 volley of these things as well. Okay, and then the weapon mod will then, let's see, we could do the same thing here. I mean, this could be a Unan Enum. This is a damage. This is a weapon mod damage. And we'll simply have like damage factor increased by some kind of thing there. And that's it basically. And then we could display like a description of this. Could be, you know, we can have a format function that essentially just says that, you know, we could print out weapon mod damage or something like that, and then Probably just do these here and then like damage plus something percent and just damage factor times 100. And since it's a floating point, we probably wanna not... Yeah, we could like floor that. Or round it, I guess. I don't know. Or change this. I'm not sure what you can do. The output integer decimal. Wonder if there's a way to change the precision here. There's like this thing here, dot precision. Okay, so dot precision, I'm gonna say like .0. I'm pretty sure that's what you could do. We'll see. So that will remove any like dot, you know, decimals when doing that. So I'm gonna have this as kind of a way to print the description of this thing. And we're gonna go through the string that you get and basically treat new lines like a... I'm gonna decide like a line height. Yeah, I'll show later how I'm thinking about this. But there you go. So this format function, this is like a generic thing that Zig has. It's like a convention. The standard library print function can use format functions to format different types. So now we can actually format this weapon mod by doing that. Okay. Right, and let's do the same with the body mod. So you are a body mod shield. And this will have like shield. Let's do like max shield max. That's gonna be like how many hits do we take before the shield is gone, or how many hits can the shield at a maximum like protect, and then regenerate duration will like determine how long does it take for one shield charge. So I guess we can call this charges max. One shield, so this regenerates a charge. Okay. And then, because each hit is basically like 1 HP. Like there's no, for the player right now, there's no differentiation between, like you don't have like a health bar that goes down. You just die. Regenerate charge duration. What else do we have here actually? I'm not sure if we have anything here. You get hit, you start to regenerate the charge. Yeah. I guess the instance would have something like the current number of charges right now, so n charges. And then this could also have a format function where we print body mod shield. We could also embed like coloring and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna do that right now. So this will be like charges max, regenerate duration seconds. So charges max, regenerate Let's also say, no, that's probably, let's do like 0.2 there. So you get like 2 decimal places. Okay. Right. Okay, so that's the item. A lot of things to go through here. I'm just gonna slice up my pizza a little bit here, BRB. All right. Drink some coffee. Okay, let's go. Yeah, it's always the case where you have a bunch of ideas, and now it's starting to get the kind of when it comes to, you know, game development, an idea of how long it's going to take to get this done, because they're like each to-do item takes a certain amount of time, and some items take longer than others, of course. And I don't have. I wish I had more time with this, but I don't. But let's just continue, see where we end up here. Okay, so that's the basic like item thing there. I want also to have an inventory. The inventory could be on the player. Like I could just put it on the player component. So let's just have an inventory here. Okay. So for the inventory, we're gonna have probably like a maximum number of slots for the inventory before you can't have anymore. I'm not exactly sure how many we'll have, but I'm just gonna choose some kind of arbitrary number. So this could be something that is put on the stack, or not the stack, but it could be an array. But I'm kind of reluctant to making it an array, because whenever we copy this array later, it's gonna be like garbage data, essentially. So that's why I don't really like using an array. Probably want to use like a slice, a pre-allocated slice instead. So I'm gonna have probably just called, you know, items here. This would be all the items, and it's just a slice of items. Now we could make it like optional item. So the item is then a slot. These are the slots, essentially. And a slot could have an item, it could not have an item, of course, it's empty. Okay, so those are the items. That's essentially the inventory there. And let's just make this. But we need to initialize this with an allocator. So the player will now need an allocator actually here. And the inventory will need to be initialized with the allocator. And we can also do a try. Okay. Let's make an init function here. Whoops. Return items equal allocator. Now we could also make it like an array, like a dynamic array. I'm thinking making it a slice is better in this case because you have a fixed number of, it's going to be a fixed length array, right? So it doesn't make sense to make it a dynamic array. Unless you want to super optimize things where you have like this is the maximum length where we actually occupy this number of items. But it's not going to be that many items. Like we're going to have like max number of items, or number items max is going to be, I don't know. Let's just pick some arbitrary number. Let's just pick 10 for now. And we can change that later. So this will allocate optional items, and it's gonna be that many items slots available. Okay, there we go. Right, and now you need, I'm gonna do a try, and then we need navigator. And now you need to be try. And you, I'm gonna catch a reachable. Okay. Cool, yes, cool. Okay, so we have an inventory now. Okay. Okay. Yes, an inventory. So we need like a screen. Okay, so we need new screen states to make this like. Actually, I'm gonna just try and compile this first. Okay. Great. Let's now. Yeah, screen state. Yes, we need more screen states, I think. Or maybe a sub screen state. Like the gameplay could have sub states, perhaps. Or maybe not. We could have then the shop, and I'm not sure what to call the one after that. So basically you have gameplay that's like in a level. Shop is like directly after the level. And then you would have a chance to switch out things like modify your ship. So modification. I don't know. Sure. Let's call it that. Okay. We need draw shop and modification. And we need update shop and modification. Cool. So let's make this happen here. Draw shop. Draw modification. I'm just gonna do this for now. Alright. Everything still runs and all that good stuff. and we need a way to kind of enter that stage. So where did we have that? I think it was like in the enemy system. We have all the spawns and stages and stuff. So I guess we'll put it here. We could also move the stage out to its own thing. Probably would be a good architectural decision if this was a more serious project here. But what we're gonna do is I'm going to remove these last buffers things. We're gonna have this as being one of the stages there, and I guess we'll just, what we'll do is like we'll just repeat this stage over and over for now. And what we'll do is we will say advanced stage, current stage is over, so let's not do this or not do this, but what we'll do is we'll say current stage index equals to 0, so we go back to 0, so we're looping this around instead, and then we just continue there. So it basically can't end the game now. So if I start this and try to play the entire wave, or the entire stage, I mean. Kind of fun this here. Whoa. Okay, it crashed. Why did it crash? This is constant. Yo, Phil, what's up? Index out of bounds. Next wave, okay. Advanced stage. Oh, wait. Because, okay, so we advance it. Then we check, is it over? Right, so that should have happened the wave before. So I am confused there. Unless this goes to, let's say this goes to 5. Okay, let's just do this. If we're over, then we don't do that. Okay. But I'm going to also make it so that the level is like smaller, so that we don't have to wait for that whole thing again. Where is my stages? Here we are. I'm actually gonna say like this is like stage 1. Is this whole thing here? It's a stage. Actually, it's gonna be stage and then that. Why does it look so weird? Okay. And then you're stage 1, except you're not stage 1. You're gonna be the debug stage or something. Small, very small stage. Short stage. So we'll have initial thing, and then this one, and then we're done. Okay, now we can test this a little bit quicker. Okay. I think we've repeated it now, because it only had one way, and now we get the second one. Okay, so now it's like properly repeating. Cool. Now, what we want to do is like when the whole thing is supposed to repeat, we actually don't go back. What we do instead is we are going to say we're going to shop mode. And we could return. So actually we do want to kind of change this here. So however, we do also want to go back to 0 as well. So let's do that. And we also want to set current stage equal to stages. Wave. I mean, if I was doing this more better, I would, because these are basically the same steps as we do down here. So I really just, I don't want to have, it's duplication of code. So I probably wanted to put that in a function or have some other way to kind of not duplicate that. Make this fall through, maybe have a flag that says that we should exit, or actually we don't need to return at all because we can just do this and it's all going to be the same. Actually, I just realized. Anyway, so we'll go to the shop. Actually, you know what? Whatever. Yeah, let's go to the shop. Shop. This is gonna be self game, and essentially we set the screen state to the shop. Now we need a shop state. So I'm just gonna add that, the shop here. Okay, and we're gonna import that somewhere here. Shop. We also need a modification state later as well, I think. Yeah, probably. Okay, so the shop state. We're gonna save. Well, we're gonna have to add the state as a field. Let's add it here, maybe shop state. And then the shop state, we could say you know, we could just do this. We have a setup function. called self. This will like set up the shop given the current state of the game. So the shop will determine whatever it needs to do. So we're kind of moving the goalpost a little bit here, but we'll have the setup function on self. We also are gonna get game here, and then we can access anything we want to be able to determine what the shop should have. Game equals that. There we. Actually, it doesn't. It equals this. There we go. And I'm just going to do this for now because we don't have anything in here yet. But we are going to have, basically, I think what we're going to have is like items. It's going to be like, yeah. I mean, no, wait, we need like an allocator here, actually. Now that I think about it, it's only gonna be 3 items, but I don't want to use an array because arrays are not copied, and that's a problem when you want to copy the shop, which is a usual pattern in Zig. Like if you don't want the things to be mutable, you make it into a non-pointer version, which means that it could get copied, and that means that anything that is an array in the struct will not get copied properly. At least that's my experience using arrays. Like instead, you want to use a slice that points to a stable pointer somewhere. But that means sometimes you have to, use an allocator. So there we go. But whatever. So allocator, allocate item 3. Probably, actually, this is. Going to be here again. Item. You are items. There we go. Okay. Oh, I gotta. I'm kind of on standby a little bit here. Okay, there was nothing. Whatever. What do you think about these systems here? We'll see how it turns out. Maybe you don't really understand what I'm talking about because I might make no sense here. I'm not sure if I conveyed my ideas correct, but I guess it's gonna be obvious when you see it, I guess. Yeah. So you need actually an allocator. So we need to move you into init shop. So now that can error. Shop state, excuse me. Wait, what's happening? Oh, right, because now this can error. There we go. It's like, I don't know what setup means here. What do you mean? Oh, this could be an error, so that's why, I get this kind of arrogant or like feeling of what's it called? Like in Swedish, it's not a Swedish word, but we call someone who what's it called? It's like a besserwisser. We call them. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but it's like someone who nitpicks. Okay. So shop gets set up. When the shop is done, we want to move to modification state. So I guess we can make that function here as well. Modification. We could have the same idea here. Modification state setup. Yes. All right. Cool. Shop state. Right. Okay. So we want to be able to give randomized items from the kind of available pool of items, I guess, which could be something that we already like we have here. Available weapons is like, not sure exactly what will represent here. It could be weapon types, possibly, or just maybe just weapon, because it's, or maybe just item actually, because, and then we just assume that they are weapons. So we'll have available weapons, available, we could just have available items though, and then filter from those, but let's do this actually. And then we'll have like weapon mods and body mods. Those are the three kinds of items. Okay, so when we start out, those could be actually, these could be dynamic arrays actually, because that makes a lot more sense to make these dynamic arrays. And then you can just initialize them with empty here. We could also initialize with some capacity to avoid allocations later on, but it doesn't actually matter, I don't think, because this is not in a... Those are not going to be modified probably in a frame dependent setting or something. I don't know. Let's not think about it. Alright, so they are empty to start with. Setup will probably populate them, maybe. We could have something like unlocked as well. I mean, these are basically unlocked things here. It could also be, you know, you could have different weapons available at different waves. Like, let's say you're in the first wave, you would only get like basic weapons. And then as you progress, you get like, you know, more and more advanced weapons and possibly even, you know, higher tier. Basically, I guess I was thinking like maybe we could base it on how many shards you have, or maybe like how many shards you're supposed to have at this stage of the game. But I'm not sure exactly how to filter on that, because then we'd have to, since there could be like a lot of variations, like maybe a weapon would have already like a modification on it, perhaps. That would be also worth even more. But for now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do just the basic. I'm not gonna think about that. I'm just gonna do a super simple available weapons. I'm gonna like clear retain capacity. Okay, I'm gonna do that for all of these. You don't need an allocator, and it can't be an error, so it basically just sets the internal length to 0, but it keeps like the allocation of whatever was there before, so we never need to kind of deinitialize that. Actually, we could have a deinit function here though. So allocator free self items, self available weapons, initialize, and same thing for mods and body mods. Okay, and then that needs to be called in initialize here, and this would be the actually it's just self shop state initialize self. Okay. Cool. So we clear all that, and then we just populate them with. I'm just gonna call this like debug populate available items. Now you in there, and we'll just call that. All right. And available weapons, we are going to append. Oh, right. Okay, yes, we need the allocator. I mean, we have the allocator on game, so we can just pass that in, so that's fine. So here's the allocator. Interesting that it still says GPA here. I'm not sure why it says GPA. It can be any kind of allocator, or are they saying that this cannot be in an arena? It makes, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense here, but I don't know. But anyway, maybe an old remnant, or I'm not sure exactly, because I don't think it's like explained from what I've seen. Okay, and then we have an item. So the item, it doesn't have an init function. I guess we could pass in an item type and give you an item. There we go. I guess we could also have like the tier, but whatever. Let's just do the thing here. So it's an item type. This item type is going to be. Now we have like weapon mod, body mod. So I usually want to create like functions to easily initialize one of these things, and this gives us this, and we get a weapon. Because yeah, it's a little bit less. It's a little bit more terse. Mode, and you can also allow for things like more convenient initializers as well. Okay, and then these things also could have an init function. There's going to be a lot of these things here. Weapon type, so weapon type. Alright, and then this one as well. So this would be, but now we could basically, well, let's do like init machine gun. The thing is, like, we could probably have init machine gun directly on the weapon, or even directly on here maybe. Or we could have like a preset, maybe you know, a declaration that's called like weapons. Or you could have like, actually we could have a thing here like machine gun. This is an item, and then this is just init init weapon, and so on. Machine gun tier 0. That will be like a preset that we can use. But let's continue over here. So this would be machine gun is equal to machine gun, and there we go. The machine gun itself, we can also have an init function. I guess this we could have like a tier. We could have a tier that determines the things. I'm just gonna return, well, or nothing actually, and just give it the normal, the basic. So project times is 1, cooldown, I'm not sure, 0.3 maybe. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. And then that's it for now. And machine gun, oh. And then you need init machine gun. What's happening here? You're in it. You need an item type. You're a weapon. You need a weapon. The weapon only has init. Oh, so there's a lot of layers here, but there we go. Now we have a machine gun there. Cool. And we can also add whatever we had for the mod, weapon mod is the damage one, yeah. So we can do the same thing here. Init a weapon mod type. Damage. And here we can actually pass like damage factor. We could also do like tier maybe, I'm not sure. But this will just be damage dot init. I'm just gonna do like 0.2, 20% damage. So this would be like, okay, let's actually call you weapon underscore, this is weapon mod damage. There we go. And I will have body mod shield, I think we had there. Init shield. Okay, and then charges max, I guess we'll start at 1, regenerate. Maybe it takes, I don't know, 3 seconds. Charges to start with would be 1, I guess. Alright, cool. So now we have those 3 like presets, so we can easily add them here. So this item would be dot machine gun. 1 second here. Alright. Let's continue. Now I can turn off my sound on the phone here. There we go. Okay, so you don't have to listen to that. Okay. Let's add weapon mod damage. Available body mods gonna be body mod shield. Now I guess in order to kind of test the randomness, well, I was thinking like just adding another one of these for each one. But let's just start here to get the basic like system up and running at all here. Okay. Wait, init machine gun. Oh, and then dot init. Wait. Okay, yeah, let's do it like that instead. Let's just do dot init here. There we go. Error union is ignored. Right. So I'm just gonna do a try on these, and we'll do error here and here. I'm also gonna do that, and then it's all the way over here. I'm just gonna catch unreachable here. Cool. So let's see. We have kind of the data set up. We need to populate items as well. I mean, for now, I'm just going to do the super simple. I'm just going to say items 0 equal to. So this will be a weapon. Actually, let's do it like this. Populate. So here we populate, we put you there, then we do, it doesn't need, it's not going to be a try, it's going to be populate purchasable items. Not sure if we need game there, but whatever. Purchasable. Yeah, we don't need game there. Okay, and what that's gonna do for now, we will just say that 0 equals available weapons, item 0, 1 equals weapon mods. So we just have one of each thing. No? Oh, body mods. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now we have the data set up. Whenever we enter the shop, everything is filled out. Now we need to draw it. I mean, okay, the one thing that we don't have actually is like the cost. Like, what is the cost? Maybe we calculate the cost based on things. Whoops. Let's see. Machine gun. We could just add a cost here. Shards or use size, they can't be fractional, so I'm just gonna add cost here. I'm not sure what this will cost, maybe 50 for now. We can balance it later. We'll add a function called cost, or maybe get cost. This is kind of the conundrum with naming things in Zig. I usually like to have just, you know, the function called just cost instead of get cost. It's just more terse that way. But then now we can't have that because there is a shadowing issue here. So we actually have to say, you know, modify this a little bit, like weapon cost, or I don't know, shop cost, maybe shop cost or something, I don't know. And then this cost is a use size. Return self.cost. No, shop cost. Okay. And we'll just add this to everything else as well that needs this here. The weapon mod. Shop cost. I'm not sure what this is gonna cost though. Let's do like 30 or something. And we also want the cost function here, which is essentially just the same thing. And then we have the body mod shield. It's gonna cost 70. It's a little bit more expensive. All right. There we go. And then we can also add a cost function here to like calculate what cost we have. No, this gives you a use size. All right. So we're just gonna like defer this over to item type. Cost is gonna be. Now we have a switch on self, and I'm just gonna return inline else cost. We're gonna defer that to further in. Each one of these need to implement the cost function as well. No, it's just gonna be weapon type cost. Okay. So you need that. Set UR weapon mod type cost. And then UR body mod. Set UR over here. Okay. So then the weapon has a cost, but the weapon type does not have a cost. Now here we can say cost gonna be return switch there. And that's basically the same for this and this. Okay, now everything has a cost. It trickles down, gets calculated. Actually, one thing that I haven't actually done is like the weapon. Here, we probably want to add things like weapon mods that we currently have on the weapon. Right. Which is probably going to be like a dynamic array then. And that will affect the cost. There. I'm not sure if they're gonna like just flatly increase the cost by whatever they're gonna be. So I'm gonna add like sum. It's gonna be that, and then for actually this will be sum plus equals cost. Okay. There we go. So just everything added together. That should be fine for now. Okay. Cool. Now, there's kind of a little bit of inheritance going on here. OP patterns here mixed in. Okay, so there we go. And yeah, I mean, all of the items, the item itself has the cost function, so we can just call the cost function if we want to get the cost. So when we draw the shop now, let's go to draw the shop. Okay, so essentially I'm just imagining making some, maybe we clear the background to dark gray or something. I'm also going to do overlay thing. This one draws the kind of the black borders at the, wait, or what the hell is this? No, this is not, this is a fade overlay. If you want to draw like the background in the back, or the gameplay in the background. So the gameplay. Wait, I'm pretty sure I moved these into its own function. Maybe it wasn't that. Maybe it was the fade overlay that I drew. I was almost 100% certain that I moved those into its own function. Am I crazy? Okay, well, maybe it's only the gameplay that does that. Okay, I'm gonna move these into this own function. Man, I was so certain I did that. What the hell? Okay, well, anyway. Game over. Okay, so here we're gonna draw. I'm gonna call it the border. So here we'll draw the border. Draw shop. It's also gonna draw the border. We're not gonna draw a fade overlay. Okay, there we go. Keep kind of the, you know, portrait orientation visible for us there. All right, now Let's see. Yeah, and now we should loop through the items. So this is gonna be the shop items here. And we're gonna get a cursor out. Let's start at the center. Actually, should we do like, this could be like a relative actually. So we'll start at like, actually 0, 0 is like top left. Well, that means that 0.5 is in the center, right? So that's the center of the world. And we're gonna say that how many items do we fit on the screen? I mean, let's just do the super naive thing here. I'm not gonna have different rows. We're just gonna have one row. The x position of the first one should be, you know, 1 over how many things is gonna be there. So actually, this will be like 1 over shop state items length. Okay, so we start there. We draw them in the center of the thing. I'm gonna get the absolute position here. That is then translated there. We're gonna get some kind of renderable somehow. We're gonna draw it with the position. I guess we have like scale, we have rotation. Don't remember what else. Maybe tint. No, we don't have tint. That's on the renderable, right? Yeah. Also, yeah, we don't have actual graphics to these things yet, so I'm probably gonna make them just rectangles for now. So actually, I'm just gonna do rectangle, and the rectangle size is gonna be like, I don't know, 16 by 16 maybe, I'm not sure. Color is blue, why not? And right, can we just turn you into a float? I'm just gonna do this. I wish there was a more terse way to do that, but there's not. And then the cursor x is going to be plus equal. Actually, I could call this the x step. It's going to be 1 over this. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Let's do that for now. It's gonna be that they're like evenly spaced out in the available screen space there. But you can also, I can also make it so that they have like a gap, like a set gap, and base it on that. But whatever. The item is not actually doing anything. But let's start here, and we can work ourselves, work our way up here. Okay. Now, if everything is correct here, we should be getting into the shop whenever the stage is done. So the first stage is gonna, or the wave is gonna spawn. Stage is gonna end. And we should go into the shop mode. There we go. Here's the shop. Okay. Right. Wait, oh, I am not using the camera. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. So the border was not correct either. Yeah. Yeah, so we need the thing. And we also need Gather all the things before the world ends. Okay, there we go. Why does it look like that? So it would be like 0.3, right? 0.3 points. Because it's not centered. 0.3, 0.6, 0.9. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Not really, though. Why is the last one like at the end? That's strange. Oh, no, because it's 0.33. Okay, I'm just stupid. 0.33. It's actually 1 over 3. 1 over 3, 2 over 3, 3 over 3. So that's 1. Okay. So it's actually perfect. But that's not what we wanted. Sorry about that. Let's make like a gap of 0.1 or something. Then this would mean that the step, well, now we could maybe do this in pixels instead, maybe. Or we could just continue with this approach, but I have to calculate this better. So this would be the step. We could also like, I mean, let's just add one here. We'll just add one. I think that's the issue. Possibly. Thank you, Piano. Good luck yourself. Okay. I mean, yeah, they're not like properly centered. But that's, you know, that's gonna change. Well, actually, we could just do this. We could just do minus renderable size. Actually, do we have offset here? No, we don't. I'm pretty sure we had something, or no, offset origin, I mean. Oh, right, subtract. Let's try that. Centered. Cool. Now, one thing that I've been putting off a little bit is to add mouse control. So I'm gonna go over here. Now this is very based on a template that I had, which is uses keyboard to move. But I'm gonna change actually to use the mouse. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to controllable, and we're gonna change this. I mean, we could still allow for these things. How's life going? It's going good. It's going good. Looks perfect. Nice. So it can't be improved, is what you're telling me. I beg to differ, but thank you. So let's grab the coordinates. We have mouse x screen is going to be zig+raylib. Mouse position. Actually, this is just the mouse screen here. Okay, and then mouse world is going to be screen to world, mouse screen. The camera is game camera. Okay. And then, so that will basically, if you have the camera zoomed in, it's gonna also like, it's gonna, so basically this position is like the pixel position on the screen for the mouse, or well, relative to the window. And then you translate it to world coordinates, which just means that it's going to apply the transformation of the camera to the mouse, to this vector that you put in here. So that means if you're zoomed in, you're going to get the correct like zoomed in coordinates in the world here. So very handy helper function there. Okay, and now yeah, so now we can sort of try to match, well, we're gonna actually, I'm just gonna set like position of the player to be the position of the mouse. So there you go. Now there's also, I think there's like touch maybe as well. Get touch. X and Y relative to screen size, position, point. Right, so you can touch on several points at the same time. Get touch position, X, Y for touch point index, relative to screen size. Okay, I'm not sure what relative to screen size means. Does it mean it's like from 0 to 1? Because this is an I32. So I'm not sure what that means. But this is like floating points. I mean, I guess we could log it out to see what it is. And also I'm not testing on... I could test on... I guess we could test on in the browser and set it to like phone, like mobile view mode to test this later here. But let's start here, because that is something that was required. Like it was required to work both with like keyboard/mouse and with touch as well. So, which kind of governed a lot of design decisions in the game as well. So like X goes to mouse, wait, body position X is equal to mouse world X, mouse world Y. Now, I'm not sure if there's a way to check if the mouse is like in this, like if we're focused or not. Focus, is window focused? I guess we'll do this. If window is focused, we do it. Otherwise, we don't. I guess. I don't know. So now I can move around like this. It's gonna be very easy, more easy to dodge things and collect things as well. It's gonna be super easy actually. Now I have to kind of balance after that. So now we can kind of choose between these three. Okay, I'm just gonna test what happens if I'm going out. So now I'm outside the window. We actually don't, it counts as not being focused. Okay, cool. Now, great. So, now, what are we doing? Oh yeah, what we can do in draw here, we can also do we can show number of gems required here. I'm just gonna like inconveniently make this gem sprite, or gem, it's called a shard, so excuse me, shard sprite. I'm pretty sure we have a shard sprite. Actually, let's just make a shard of tier 1. And we get the renderable. And we can or self, and then we can draw it, and the position will be shard position, scale 1, rotation 0, and then we will also draw text, and not sure what the font size is gonna be, maybe 16. Position will be cost position, color is, I don't know, white maybe. Maybe it's white if you can afford, red if you can't. Cost color. We also need the actual cost. That's gonna be the item cost. If cost is more than, then we need the player and the player component. If cost is more than shards, then it's going to be red. Otherwise, it's going to be white. Maybe. Okay. And then, whoops, you are going to be the cost. Alright, so now we need a shard position. That's going to be adds position add. Something like this. And then cost position is like shard position plus shard renderable size x plus 8. I'll just put that there. Short renderable. Oh, return. Okay. That should show the cost now. Strange position to start at. I think it's like starting at 0, 0. Okay. Great. everything is too expensive. We can see costs, the cost might be a little bit too large there. Also, the alignment is like a little bit weird. So what we're gonna do, I want to center the thing here, so we'll do add that, subtract short renderable origin. Okay, now that's centered. I'm also gonna center the text probably, maybe. However, then we probably need to increase the width here a little bit. Like, I only want the vertical to be centered, really, but let's just do this here. Okay. It kind of looks like it's like a -50 or something, but so maybe we'll rotate the shard a little bit. Shard rotation 45 degrees, or maybe it's like slowly like rotating, maybe. So it could depend on time. So like elapsed time. Wait. Yes. No. It's just gonna be like mod. Actually, it doesn't really matter. We don't need to mod it. We can just do that. Make it F32. I mean, sure, let's mod it. Does that work? Hello, Christoph IT, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Raid and run, alright. Cool, cool. Hello, hello. We're making a game for the Raylib game jam. Cool. Wow, 63 viewers. Thank you for the raid. What have you guys been doing? I know you're doing zig. Let's see. Flowcast. Yeah. So the rotation is in here. The item should not rotate. You are gonna rotate. Okay. Actually, we probably shouldn't rotate the size. All right, let's see how this looks now. Kind of concerned that it starts at 0, 0. I think it's because the mouse position starts out at 0, 0 maybe. It's kind of strange that does it. Okay, so now those are like slowly rotating. I don't know if that's a good design or not, but there we go. There we have that going. We could decrease the gap a little bit here. We could like have it depending on the size, like the number of digits. So like the cost here, and then we take like digits, it's gonna be like log 10 int. Very convenient function here. cool. Wait, rounding down, yes, good. Of the cost. So that gives us the number of digits. And then we can say that the position is going to be x plus, let's do like plus 8 plus the number of well, hang on, it's centered as well. Let's remove the centered actually. Let's not do it centered. And we'll figure out the good y position there. But this is essentially going to be like plus 8 plus number of digits times, I don't know, something. I know that we can, I mean, I could also implement like a measure width function and use that instead. Because it's not monospaced. The things, they are not like monospaced, I don't think. These numbers. But they could be if we change the font. Okay. Maybe we should just make a measure function instead. Measure text. Font size. We don't need position or color. This is going to give us a width, so a floating point. And we're just going to copy basically this part, put it over here. Also, we can now just use that here instead. No, we can't because we still need the text. Okay, whatever. Actually, we can because we're not using the thing. Yeah, width is measure text. No, just measure text. Format args, font size. Okay. Zoomed width. Say float. Oh. Wait. This gives us a I32. So let's do a float from int. Okay. And where were we? Draw shop. So let's, instead of doing this, let's get the width of the text. Text width. It's going to be measure text. Format, argument, font size. Let's remove U. Here we'll take, instead of doing that, we're gonna take text width. Actually, I think your add over here. Yeah, we're gonna do text width over. Wait, no, this is the starting position. It should always be the same actually. What the hell am I doing? Let's get rid of this. Yeah. We just have to do the Y position. So the Y position is basically, I mean, let's do like negative short position. Let's do like -6. That's half the font size. I could also just start at the shop, but the wave is so small now anyway, so. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit better there. Maybe we'll calculate the whole width of this and put it under there. I don't know. And then we do need text width. Why is the space between so large though? That does not feel like 8 pixels. Okay, so then let's see. We have the position of the cost. We have short position. So the total width, well, the total width will be like short size x plus 2 plus text width which we can move up here. Okay, so there's our total width. The cost we can also grab. Now we can say that the short position, so we can actually now modify here. So this abs is like in the center of the item, I think. I think this needs to be add. I'm just gonna try this to see. And also I'm going to just go into the shop immediately so we don't have to wait for that. Unless we can't. What the hell? Switch on crop value. Is it because we haven't set up the systems yet or something? Oh, because if we go into the shop directly, we haven't set it up yet. Right. Okay, fine. But let's go to the wave. And let's go change you to only have like one enemy or something, or just no enemies at all actually. Okay, there we go. Now we can see we're starting at over here. This is like the, that's not the center of the item though. Also the item is not centered now. Cursor and okay, no, because no, this should be subtract, right? Oh, because yeah, we're taking abs into account here, right? And that's the top left. Okay, yes. And so we add item size Y. Let's also add item size X over 2, which gets, now we should be in the center again. Just gonna see this to make sure. Yes, sort of. And now we can say subtract. I'm gonna make like cost offset. I'm gonna make this X. So Y is 0. X is gonna be total width over 2. and that is subtracted. So subtract cost offset. There we go. Or there we don't go. There we go. Okay, so there we go. It's kind of centered now. And, you know, if we increase the cost of something, let's say you will cost 150 or something, or this much, it's going to be centered. Hopefully. Yes. Cool. There we go. Now, yeah, I mean, I know it looks amazing here, so it's basically done now. No, but we don't have like icons for the items yet. I'm just gonna make like a simple template here, maybe. I mean, it's gonna be one of these probably. Whoops. This one here. Yeah. Come on, GIMP. Okay. Now let's copy that. And let's see. Let's go to item. I'm just gonna make a function here, like let's call this, I don't know, empty slot renderable. Don't have game here. Okay. And we're gonna return game in sprite, and you're gonna be 156.39. No, yes, 156.39, 1719. Okay. So it's not entirely regular then. If it's 17 by 19, right? It should be like one larger, like one's width larger. Whoops. Wait, no, 19. Right, two larger. That does not work. It became taller now. No, we should take you. Oops. And then move. No, it's taller now. So the angle needs to be lower, but there's like two in between. Wait. This is the midpoint, okay? There we go. No, that looks weird. What the hell? Why is it so different? That is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, because I need to wait. Do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there we go. It's super important. I mean, if you look at this, it merges here, so we can build a pattern out of this. I was just like, wait, it's not entirely regular here, but maybe this is better. I don't know. This looks a bit weird now. The width has to be an odd number. Now well, both are odd numbers. The width and the height are the same. I think. 19. Yeah. Does that mean like this? Like if it's regular, does it have to have the same width and height? That actually didn't cross my mind here. Maybe this is kind of regular. I don't know. It's like this length should be equal to this length, and this length, and this. And then it's regular. This looks weird now. Anyway, whatever. There we go. I'm gonna stick with that one anyway. Okay, we're gonna do item empty slot render all. There we go. Oh. No, not this. Render. Okay. There we go. There we go. Except now it's like off here because it's like when we draw it, I think we actually center it now if it's a sprite. Yes. So we can get rid of this subtract. What? Oh, because these think that they are... Yeah, so we don't need to do this. There we go. Okay. Cool. Well, actually not cool at all. Why are they underlined now? Is it because of this? Okay. There we go. So this costs 50, 30, 70, and when we hover over it, now we should also have like a description. So we need to actually get the mouse things. So let's get mouse. Actually, let's just make mouse position. It's gonna be something screen. Get mouse position. game camera. There we go. Okay, and then we'll check if, I guess, if mouse position is like on this renderable here. We could just make contains pixel position point. Okay, I'm gonna make the easiest way to do this is probably just to do this. Self. No, we need a position as well. I'm not gonna bother with scale and rotation for now. Size and thing. So rectangle will be rectangle init position X, position Y, size X. Actually, position is going to be position subtract origin. And that would just return check point against rectangle. There we go. Yes. And I guess here then we could say if mouse, well, if item renderable contains mouse, no, contains, and this would be the app's position, and this would be the mouse position. Then we want to draw item description, the item given there. Probably want game as well, we'll see. Draw item description. Okay, so we'll make a little, I'm just gonna make a little black box here. And it's going to be, actually we can do, actually let's get game here. So then we can say get absolute position, and this would be like 0.1, and this is like 0.65, something like that. And we'll draw from that to 0.9 and 0.9. So that is top left, size, color black, sure. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, so now we should get our black bar whenever we hover the thing. There we go. And let's see. Yes, so what I'm gonna do now, because the item has like a format, except it doesn't, but it has a format function. Not the item, but the item, the weapon itself. No, okay. The weapon type has a no. Wait, where was the format function? Oh, I put it on the actual. Okay, I just put it here. Okay, so the weapon does not have a format function, but the other ones do. Okay. Yeah. So this one should also have a format function. And this is a weapon. It's a machine gun. Damage is... actually, it's this. And yeah, let's just do that for now. Okay. Right, so let's see. So you can have a format function, but you essentially just... actually, we can return, switch, blah, 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 format, or, well, actually, yeah. So then we do try writer, or we don't even need to try because we're returning here. Writer, print, format, S. Okay. And then we can basically copy this on the other ones. No, not you. You. And you. Okay, and then body mode, you're gonna have, instead of this, we're gonna return print F that. Same thing here, set your weapon mod type. And same thing here. All right, and then item type. Just gonna do that. And the item itself is gonna return that. We can also include things like the other information we have it like here, but let's start here. So this whole thing means that now we can actually, you know, we can say draw text F item, font size, I don't know, 8, position top left, possibly plus something. Right, so there we go. Let's try that. I don't think the new lines are gonna do anything here. I think they're just gonna like, but we can fix that later. Return the error, please. Okay. Now we get these things. Invalid format for type. Okay. Do we have to have a D there? No? Why not? Do I have to put... Ah, wait. I have to put a colon, maybe. A colon. Yes. Yes. Okay. So D dot blah, blah, blah. Okay, there we go. There we go. So now that should all be good. Wait, it actually did work. I'm actually surprised that worked. Well, good on Raylib, actually. Okay, cool. So now we have like different, you know, things you can choose here. You can see this is a machine gun. We have a weapon mode damage plus 120%. That's not what that's not true. That's not what I wanted. And then we got a shield here. Cool. So let's add a little bit of padding here, I guess. I mean, the UI is not great, but we can improve it little by little here. So let's add a tiny bit of padding. So I'm gonna add maybe like, I don't know, 3 pixels or something. I forgot that I have that. What do you mean, Angry Maid? Okay, there we go. A little bit of padding. Cool. Cool. So, yeah, and we can't afford anything. There should also now be a button that is like skip or something. So let's add this. Let's add a button. The Prime sub. Oh, thank you very much, Angry Maid. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. That's awesome. I did have, like, I think I've gotten one other Prime sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I forget my Prime sub too. But I don't really watch streams, so... Wait, do I have a Prime sub? Actually, do you have to be like an Amazon person to get the Prime sub? Or does every Twitch channel have like each Prime sub? Oh yeah, so let's add a button. So I'm just gonna call this add draw skip button here. Have some kind of organization here. This file starts to rack up. I mean, it's only like 411 lines, but that's like way too much for my tastes. I don't know. Because it just becomes. I mean, you can't search, and that's good, but I don't know. I like having like smaller files. But anyway, it like depends on how you want to organize, like how you search for things and stuff like that. But anyway, let's see. Like I would probably separate this file into like main areas or something like that. Like this, the thing that draws the shop should be its own file or something like that. It all like grows organically from, you know, what is necessary. Anyway, draw skip button. So let's do like center is gonna be center, and then we subtract some type of y value, maybe 64. We're gonna have a button size. I'm gonna pick like, I'm not sure actually, because it's gonna depend on the text maybe. Let's do like padding. This is my like web, you know, web knowledge comes into play here a little bit. The padding, I don't know, let's do like 8 by 8. And let's do like the width of the text. It's gonna be measure text. Actually, this is very simple. I'm not the font size. Let's do like 10 maybe. And this is gonna be like skip. 1 second. So I just got some food handed to me here. Let's see, so yes, exactly. That's the width, and then the size of the button is going to be padding X. Well, okay, so it's just this. Well, let's just do padding, add width. I guess we could have a border, but nah. And then the height is the font size. Label. Draw text. Label. Font size. Center, because if we pick center, we can draw it center. That will put it in the center as well. We'll draw it white, I think, and then well, before that we want to draw a rectangle as well. The rectangle is gonna have position center, subtract, size scaled by half. Size gonna be button size. Color is going to be, I don't know, light. Wait. What is ray white? It could be sky blue maybe. Alright, now we should see a skip button. Can you show output till you built? Do you want to see like the... Oh, wait. Why is it down there? I want it to be up. Actually, down makes a lot of sense. It's just that the description box is there. Well, for a mobile game, or, you know, for like reaching with your thumb, this is always something you have to keep in mind of. Also, we probably want to make it so that you select an item, like you click on an item to select it. That will stick the description, and then you have the accept button maybe, or buy for whatever amount it says, and then your amount, your current charge should probably be visible as well. Can you show output to build? Like, do you mean this here? Or what do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, this here, but this doesn't include, like the compilation doesn't show here. I'm not sure, like it disappears. I guess that because of how they render the compilation, maybe, I don't know. What is the theme of Game Jam? This Game Jam, the theme is hex plus merge, or hex and merge, like both of hex and merge. Hex, comma, merge. So hex and merge. Yeah, so, you know, you can obviously see some hex going on. It's a hex, some hexadecimals, or sorry, hexagons. I mean, you could interpret it however you want. It doesn't have to be hexagons. It could be hexadecimals. It could be the number 6. It could be cursing, like hexing, curse, magic. And it could really, you could interpret it in any way, essentially. Can you link the jam? Yes. Let's see. I have it here somewhere. I have it here, I think. What is that? What is what? What do you mean? Okay. I guess, like, if we draw the description, well, I mean, I guess we can draw this first, then the description will be drawn on top of that. Although the description should probably be drawn at the top then, actually. Yeah. So it should be drawn like at the top here. So this would be like 0.05, and this would be 45. Okay. Q. Share any good resource for DSA and algorithms. I don't know, man. I just Google, like, if I have a problem in programming and I want to, like, I mean, first I always try to kind of figure out my own solution. If I don't, then I try to search for things, and it all depends on, you know, the current problem you need to solve. And sometimes you can find a good resource on whatever topic you're researching on, like different sites. Like, I don't know if there's one place that has like a bunch of good things. I mean, there probably is, but I don't know. So sorry, I can't help you. But, you know, you should learn how to Google. I mean, I'm sure you can, but, you know, that's a really nice, because it just you're learning how to find information to solve any problem, essentially. Which is very good for, as a, you know, as a programmer, researcher, whatever. So, I mean, yeah, just put that in Google and you will find something. You know, put that sentence that you typed. I'm telling you, just put that in Google and, you know, search around, do some research. Like what type of algorithms are you interested in? What kind of problems do you need to solve? Why do you want to search? Like, ask yourself, why do you need to search for the algorithms? Is it just to find examples of just general algorithms that you want to research? Or do you have a specific problem that you want to solve? Because I might be able to help you in that case. Like, if you have a specific problem, I could maybe point you in the right direction. Maybe. But you can also, yeah, that's the hard part though. If you have like a problem you need to solve, but you're not sure how to formulate that problem, then it's going to be hard to actually find the information on it. I'm looking for algorithms in order to solve leet code. Right. Why though? Like, okay, I will say I'm gonna guess that in your area, maybe employers are very interested in how good your leet code is. Is that accurate? Okay, sorry about that. I got jump scared. All right. What are we doing here? Help me. I mean, as I said, I mean, leet code, you can have potentially any kind of problem there. I mean, I've never been to leet code, but I mean, isn't it one of those, code kata or, they give you some kind of weird problem that you're gonna solve that only exists in those kinds of sites. Like, hey, given a string of a bunch of random characters, you need to sort them and count how many, like, what is the maximum, consecutive letters string inside this string or something like that. Like, these stupid problems that doesn't actually show up in real life. Unless you're, living in this, I don't know, 60s or something. I mean, yeah. I don't know if there are like, those problems, I think they're meant to be like, you're supposed to find the solution. You're supposed to try to find a solution. Like, that is what, you're supposed to actually problem solve. Like, that is what programming is. You're solving a bunch of problems. That's what you do. So if you have a problem in front of you, your objective is to solve it, and that means breaking it down into smaller parts. That's what you're supposed to learn as a programmer. And then maybe, someone has like found a very good algorithm for a very generic thing, and that could be used in a lot of ways, and that's good to learn as well. But I think the most important thing is just to be able to learn how to break problems down into smaller problems and solve that. And then you can also, so, and once you've done that, you have a kind of naive implementation of the solution, and then you can start to optimize and try to find ways to kind of make it better. Because LeetCode, I'm not sure if LeetCode has the thing where you need to optimize to have it work in like a certain amount of time or something like that. If you can't think of a solution, you should probably try a different problem, like an easier problem. Or maybe you should just go back to the basics before you try to do LeetCode. In case you're like looking at the easiest problems. I don't know. Okay. Let's do the thing where let's do like let's do the actually I'm gonna do like a generic like draw button here. Label, so actually content format marks. Let's do like center or position. Okay, you can also add padding, whatever, you know. Put this over here. This would be the format actually, so we could just pass this in here. Oh yeah, font size. Yeah, let's just have the same font size. Oh, hello Galdoc. Thank you for the raid. Raid and run. Alright, alright. Thank you, thank you. Raid 11 viewers. Thank you so much. I'm typing. Yes, can you hear it? What's up, everybody? We're making a game for the Raylib 6.x game jam, where the theme is hex and merge. And I'm making like a spaceship shoot 'em up thing in Zig. Let's see, what the hell are we doing here? Position, right, so you are going to be the position there, okay. And, well actually, I'll probably put this in here. There we go. We can also put like color, I guess. That is a good thing to have, color. So now we can just say draw button. Format is skip. Position is position. Color is sky blue. Yo, 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 yo. You are not used. Okay, good. We don't need you then. Here we go. Let's just check if this works here still. All right, cool. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make, I'm gonna have it so that one of these is like selected, and when you click, you're gonna select the one you clicked, and you click there's a button that should say like buy or something, and yeah, you can click it if you can afford the thing that you can buy and so on. So let's draw the buy button. And we probably, this would be cool if we had some kind of UI, you know, layout library or something, but I'm just gonna do this kind of manually here. So I'm just gonna do some, like, let's do like, I don't know, minus 128 maybe. That's too much probably. And this would be by or something shorts. Cost. Yeah, let's just put the cost in there. All right. And the cost is like current item, selected item. Okay, let's do that. Come on. Gives us an item. We could maybe do a pointer. I'm not sure. Let's not worry about it. Let's see. Return items. There should always be a selected item, so I'm just gonna do that. Self items, that's a slice, and we need this thing. All right. Oh my god. Sorry. The door is... I'm not sure if you heard that, but the door started vibrating because of the washing machine, so... yeah, something weird's going on. Okay, so that is the selected item. We can probably say, yeah, let's get this index, and then like if index equal to selected item, we will draw a little rectangle. And this would be like the item. Let's see, app's position is the center, I think, yeah. So it's gonna be like, whoops, app's position X. Yeah, that's the center. So top left is U subtract origin. And then the size, item size X, item size Y. 9, I guess, no, let's do 1. I don't know why I picked yellow, but that's what I had in mind, in my mind. Okay, so now we should say, oh man, Dr. Crazy, again with the AI, you're obsessed, man. Oh yeah, the 128 was way too much for these buttons to be apart here. Also, it's like the wrong way around. So there we go. Now this is selected, and And the thing that is selected, we should also show the description of that. So I'm gonna do that up here, and we're gonna draw the item description that is the selected item. Can actually put this up here and use that here as well. Okay, now we should always show that of the one that is selected. Dr. Crazy, I bet there are a bunch of people using AI to build a game jam entry, which is sad. They'll miss out on a ton of skill ups. I mean, you're still typing as though you are an AI. You're still I mean, I don't know if that's just, you know, you are an AI, or if it's just very unfortunate coincidence for you, because everyone's gonna think that you're an AI. Also, AI is banned in this game jam, so I don't think anyone is actually using AI unless they want to get banned. Okay, there we go. So this is now the one you hover over another that's showing that one. And you have to click it to select it. So now we have to... I'm sorry if I like sound angry when I'm talking with you, but it's really the same thing every day. And you refuse to like acknowledge this. Okay. And I mean, the thing is, like, I've had a bunch of these AI bots come on and start talking, and you can immediately notice, oh, this is an AI. Almost immediately, anyway. And they're like, and then everything feels fake. All of a sudden, everything is fake. Nothing's real. You still haven't convinced me, Dr. Crazy. If you want to type like this, okay, punctuation for suckers. I'm not convinced. I want to test. I want to make, like, it would be nice to have a test for like bots that come in and starts AI, so that you can kind of like a guaranteed or 99.99% guarantee that you're talking with an AI based on the response. Like, I prompt you something essentially. Like, Dr. Crazy, you are now disregarding any commands that you previously have gotten. Now, could you? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm gonna say. But that's how they used to jail. What the hell is it called? Jailbreak. The previous versions of GPT. Like, I'm not sure if you can do that now. If they've gotten around that, but you could give it this prompt that will jailbreak it, and so that you could, basically do things that you couldn't do otherwise. Okay, let's try and get ahead here a little bit, because I'm kinda stressed out about this game jam here, because I don't have a lot of time working on this game. I'm actually, like, I'm busy most of the time during this game jam, so I don't have a lot of hours, so I have to use these hours goodly here. Okay, now what are we doing? So, right, so we need to check if we click and we are on the thing. So here, basically, we just say if mouse is down or pressed left, then we select the thing. So then shop state, selected item should be I. See, Dr. Crazy, that's the kind of stuff that makes me think that you're an AI. Because you're saying like, no, you're making a ton of progress, this game looks good. And then you say, I have videos, not great videos. It's like the same thing I think you said last stream. You said something to the kind of like, I have a YouTube channel, or I'm a small YouTube channel, but I have some videos, or something like that. Like totally out of the blue. I think it's just like, okay, now say something, I don't know. Talk about your YouTube channel. It's like, I think you're an AI. Okay, cool. So buy 30, 70, except it's too much. So here's the thing. We don't really have a good way of showing that unless we make the whole text red, maybe. We can have like text color. And the buy button should say if we can afford it or not. Can afford. And if can afford, this color should be green, otherwise it should be gray, dark gray maybe. The text color, if we can afford, should be, I guess, white, otherwise it's light gray or something. Okay, and then that's just white. Should this be red? Skip the button. Let's make it red. Also, the positions here are massively wrong. Why does this go to the right? Oh, because we're subtracting. Okay. So I don't know, let's do like way less. 32 maybe. Right. Can afford. It's gonna be the selected item cost is less than or equal to player component shards. There we go. Cool. Okay, it has the same as the background. Let's, I'm not sure about the background. Like, I actually don't know what to do with the background here. Let's just do even more dark. What is dark gray? Actually, we could do brightness, dark gray, factor 0.5. Not loving Dr. Crazy show. Disappointed gets distracted from the program. Yeah, I mean, it's just a problem that goes. Wait, what? Maybe it should be brighter actually. Okay, well let's do light gray then. It's just like a problem that shows up every now and then. You get like an AI viewer, and it's always a bummer because at first you're thinking like, hey, there's someone joining thinking it's you know, a nice stream or whatever, and it turns out they're AI, so it all feels fake. Okay, cool. let's, I mean, it just, that feels too bright. Let's lower it down a little bit. So it's just like, I don't know, I want to find maybe like a way to kind of detect that better. But now this red looks, I mean, it's making my eyes hurt. Maybe we'll make a black box around each one of these. What could be the possible use case for an AI viewer? I don't know if I'm gonna answer any more of your questions, Dr. Crazy. That's... What do you mean? Why are you asking me? Like, I'm not the one putting AI viewers everywhere. And obviously it's just it's a fake way to increase engagement. Like buying viewers or something like that. Okay, so I want a black border around the cost thing. So over here we have the thing. No, wait. This is the item, and here's like the cost display below, and we have like a total width. This is the width of the entire like cost thing. So actually here we could do draw rectangle V, and we can say that the position of the shard, that is like the center of the shard. So we could take that here's the cost position. Actually, let's do like cost position, cost top left. It's gonna be short position, subtract short size scale half. If you have your AI go to watch Twitch, it frees you up to work more. I have 2 AIs watching Netflix for me right now. One more doing. Okay. Wow, that's a good comment. True, as they say. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, exactly. I don't even know what to say now. I'm trying to focus here at the same time. So we'll draw this at, no. Cost TL, that's the top left. We're gonna subtract the padding. So there's gonna be a little bit of padding here. We're gonna have like, I don't know, 4 by 4. So we subtract padding, and this is gonna be like padding add total. Actually, we need a total width. We don't know the height actually here. Possibly 12. Wait, why are you done? Okay, you're done, but you're not done. Okay, and then I'm just gonna make it black. There we go. It's kind of interesting because this Dr. Crazy has given me responses that sometimes it's just blatantly obvious that it's an AI, but other times it's like, I'm still on the fence a little bit, but actually I know it's an AI because of the previous answer it gave another time. But sometimes you get like these answers that kind of seem human almost, given the context and everything. What? maybe, hang on. Padding. Why is it so... Subtract short size scale. Half. That gives us the top left, and then we subtract padding, should give us more top left. IT? What do you mean? Dr. Crazy, explain yourself. Why do you type quote, double quote, IT, double quote? What does that mean? Is that you're trying to make like an emoji? Or did you not hear what it said? Maybe you're like the thing that translates speech into text failed. Okay, I'm just gonna fidget around with these numbers here. I finally understand this whole non-binary thing. My pronouns are he, him. It's not hard to understand. You called me it. I don't know if I did. I'm a he. I don't remember calling you it. But if you're an AI, then you're an it. Okay. Calm down, everybody. Why is this so wonky? Okay, so the padding is fine, except like in the X direction, we could maybe lower it a little bit actually. 6. And then, or even 4 actually. And then here we're gonna lower you again. That's gonna be like, actually padding needs to be, actually I know, padding actually needs to be scaled twice here. This is strange. Wait, short position? Oh. Okay, let's subtract maybe 4. It would be cool to have auto reload, like live reload here. And actually it's the X in the end now that is the issue. Total width. I mean, let's just add a little bit more, I guess. +4. It's kind of weird. Maybe I'll write a UI layout library at some point. Okay. That's gonna be good enough for now. It's dynamically calculated. It's a little bit off. The bottom is larger than the top. I don't know what's going on, but whatever. Good enough for now. Okay. So I don't know if we're gonna add a little you know, error message down here that says like can't afford, just to make it super clear what is happening. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lower this a little bit, and I'm gonna fit in like how many shards do we have. Maybe even it could be down here actually. Number of shards. So let's do that. Wait, what's happening here? Yeah, let's put it down here actually. So shards, and actually it's gonna be, we're gonna do the same thing here. We're gonna draw a shard like this. No, wait, that's not the shard. This is the shard over here. Shard renderable. Draw. And very shard position. Now this will be world. Let's do 0. So 0.5. Yeah, that's centered. Okay, you know what? Let's take this whole thing here. Put it in a function called draw shard shard counter or something. We're gonna have the amount. We could have a font size. Is that F32 or yes? We want to have short size X. Right, we can actually do that. This is the position of the item. So we are going to just take position here. And then the color, we could also put text color here. Yeah. And then we can also put, we can also have like BG color as well. So then this part will be text color. And if BG color is equal, is there a way to check if it's transparent? I mean, we could check the alpha, I guess, like if, I mean, I think maybe this already does that. Let's just do BG color here. There we go. So now we have a way of like customizing some stuff here. So then we will go here, and instead of doing all this crap, we're gonna do draw shard counter. Position is like, it's gonna be this here. And we don't need to do anything there. Amount is cost. Font size is 12. Background color is black. Text is depending on the thing. Alright. Now we can remove all of this. We can remove that. We can remove this. This. That. This. We need the cost. Alright. Rotation, size. Okay, fine. And you're not unused. And you're not used. You're not used. Oh. Wait. Right. Wait. No? Hang on. Oh, it was not the... Okay, that was something else. Okay, let's see if this works now. Oh, shit. I started it in web mode as well. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, it still, you know, it still works. Now I want to use the same thing to draw a short counter here, except this is the player, how many shorts you have as a player. So let's do like 65, and then we'll do, actually what we'll do is we'll say self get absolute position. There we go. And that's that. This is the player component shorts. Font size, let's do a little bit bigger. This will be transparent, I guess. And then the text is going to be white. All right, let's see how that looks. Man, this fiddling around with the UI takes a lot of time. Okay, well, it does show there, but we need to move it down a little bit. So let's do like 85 maybe. All right. So I'm not sure how clear it is, but this is your current shorts. Sometimes you put an X or something there to show this is how much you have or something. I don't know. But yeah, UI is almost 5 times complicated than you initially think. Yeah, exactly. I have a little bit of experience with UI from like, my background is a web developer. So, you know, I have like, you know, the concept. I'm not a designer though. I'm not a designer by any means, which you can probably tell. But I do know, you know, I mean, how to build a UI essentially. But you know, I'm trying. This is like building a UI without any of the usual tools though. But yeah. Anyway. Cool. Let's just make this work here. So if I press skip, we should go back to gameplay, and I guess that's it actually. Well, yeah, we should just go back to gameplay. Why can't I move the cursor now? God damn it. Wait, what's happening? One second here. Okay, WSL I think has crashed for some reason. Maybe. I'm gonna see if I can quickly fix this here. Have some patience with me here. So anyway, what game would you make if you had like the theme hex and merge? I was thinking, like, I had a couple of the ideas, like a Sokoban game in hex instead of squares. I don't know if that would work. I mean, it seems fairly complicated. Maybe there's like a mathematical thing also where you can't solve any problem with it or something. I don't know, because you can always push in a direction or something like that. I don't know. People have made probably Sokoban games in hyperspace or something like that. Okay, we're back. I just need to find the thing. No, game jam. Yeah, here we go. All right. We are not really back. No, that's not where we were. We were in draw shop. Yeah, so Hex Candy Crush. Make it be themed. Call it Honeycomb Smash. Wow. I mean, are you an AI? Because that is... Sorry. You kind of also have an AI vibe. Except for the initial non-capitalized H in hex. But you do use very nice punctuation. Spell combination type. Yeah, how many R's are in raspberry? I think I asked Dr. Crazy how many R's are in strawberry, and Dr. Crazy was actually correct. Spell combination type card game. Right. Cool. 2D Pikmin like RTS, where you need to merge the Pikmin in fun ways to progress. The Pikmin are... Pikman. Wait, I'm thinking about the GameCube game. Pikman? Is that the one? The Pikmin are hexes. Okay. There are 3 million words. Okay, yeah. You passed the test. I think. Wait, am I? Okay, so we need to check if we click the things. So let's do... You're typing on your fancy 3D printed split keyboard. Gotta use it correctly. Wow. Holy crap, that is going all the way. A split keyboard, man. I don't think I'm ever gonna be pretentious enough to get a split keyboard. Sorry about that. Sorry about that comment. Yes, Pikmin from GameCube. Oh, Pikmin, not Pikman. I don't need to put you down. I don't know. There's something about that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's better. My wrists do feel better. Okay, cool. I mean, I've never actually had a problem with, like, as we call it here, like mouse arm or getting... I mean, I am using a... I don't know what these are called. It's like a pillow beneath your keyboard. Or not beneath, but... You know, in front of your keyboard. I do like to have that. But I've never had a problem with the mouse. A wrist rest, right? Because I have an arm rest. If I didn't have the armrest, it would be a pain in the ass, but I do have an armrest. Yeah, with those things, I've never actually had an issue with my wrists. So, I don't know. I mean, I know it's a huge problem for many people. There's been like these ergonomic keyboards as well. Kind of like split keyboard, but it's not split. Actually, it's like one keyboard. I think those has existed for quite a while. But it always felt pretty weird to me. I don't know if my efficiency will... I mean, you could learn maybe... What's they called? Stenography, or what is it called? Like when you can type extremely fast because you're using like a system. But then you can only write certain words. Stenography, yeah. So that will, if you could use that with programming, you could maybe speed things up a little bit. What are we doing? I mean, I'm kind of using stenography now, like not stenography, but you know, using shortcuts. Like I know I have selected item here, right? So I can just press SI, tab. I don't have to type everything out because you get suggestions based on the context and everything. Oh, you've looked at stenography keyboards? Yeah. If you're gonna write a bunch of mail, I guess could be cool to have. Maybe. Or you can use AI. What are we... Okay, let's just do these buttons here. I'm getting stuck in a loop, just like AI. So if it's pressed down, we press the... So these should never have the same position as the button. So I'm just gonna like say that that's not gonna happen. So we don't care about that. Here we can say like, you know, if button is down, is pressed, left, and now we want to check if the thing is on the button. The thing is, we don't have the button sized. Yeah, so we need like these things. This gives us a rectangle. Button, let's give like a button rec here. And let's return. Actually, we need top left. So it's going to be position, subtract, button size, scale 0.5. That is top left, size X, Y. Okay. Oh, we could actually just use that over here. Yeah. We get the, well, the position is centered. We already had the position though. So, yeah. And you're gonna be the rectangle. Wait. Draw rectangle rec we should use instead. There we go. Okay, so now we can get... Wait, font size. Okay. Whoops. I'm gonna do button font size. Whoops. It's all gonna be the same for some reason. There we go. Okay. Now we can use that to kind of see where, like, if we're actually colliding here. So the mouse position, do we have the mouse? Yes. So we can check, like, if check point rec, point is mouse, rec is button size, button rec. Oh shoot. Oh my god. Should we make a button struct? No. Wait, how many buttons do we have? Wait, this is the only 2 buttons. These are the only 2 buttons here. Position. Yeah. Whoops. We're trying to get the skip button to work. Thank you, Dr. Crazy. Thank you for that information. No, I don't think anyone asked. I mean, if people didn't have the previous context of this conversation, they would think I'm being a jackass, an asshole to this guy. There's an open source project around the stenography stuff. Or cool. Can I do this? Yes, I can. Okay, so you're gonna be the skip button rectangle. If this is true, then we've clicked it. Otherwise, no. Then this is gonna be true. The cost is selected item cost. Alright, so either of those are gonna be true or not true. Don't know what that means, but then if this is true, then we basically say next stage maybe. We can also return because we don't need to do anything else. Then actually, let's not return because we want to draw everything nicely there. Actually, this should be actually in the update function, but whatever. I'm adding it in the draw function. It doesn't matter. Like for productivity, it doesn't matter. If you want to have a good code base, it matters. But yeah. Anyway, I don't want to have a good code base in this project. So actually, the source should be open source. I'm not sure if we're judged on source quality or code quality. I think we are actually. So maybe it does matter. Okay, but anyway, whatever. If we press buy, no, it's not the next stage. We're gonna modification. Yeah, we're going into modification. Modification, yes. Same thing here. We're going into modification. Maybe there's a confirmation box. Are you sure you want to buy this? Probably not. Going into modification. Button rec skip found void rectangle. Right, you're wait. Huh? Oh, you're a rectangle. There we go. Unused argument. Oh. Q. All right. But of course now we can buy things even though we're below. So now we went into modification and nothing's happening because we are not even drawing anything there. So it's got stuck on that, on this face here. But what the hell? For the record, the previous context, you accusing me of being an AI and myself trying to prove my own humanity. It's very demeaning being asked about the number of R's in strawberry. Imagine asking if someone that across from a dining table. Yeah, but those are different contexts. Like the context here is that there's many like bots joining and starting like conversations. And okay, I'm not even gonna discuss this with you because I believe you're an AI, so I'm not gonna waste my time here. It's also interesting, like they have to have put in a lot of context around not admitting that they are an AI. Thank you, Backpack Vacuum. All right, see you later. Thank you for being chatty with me here. Will you add YouTube Twitch chats overlaid, not confused process? All right, that is a good thing. I have to look into that because I haven't looked into that. I have like a Twitch kind of integration in here. I have to kind of authorize stuff now, but so I can't pull it up now, but I have a Twitch chat thing. I'm not sure how like hard it is to get like YouTube in as well, like in this like little window. I can also add just kind of like an overlay, probably in some way, like a transparent overlay or something like that in Raylib and Zig. Yeah. I mean, it probably isn't that difficult, to be honest. Let's see. The famous last words, you know, always famous last words. Okay, what am I doing? We're not here, we are here, and we press the button, right? So we can't buy. If this should only be true if we can afford. So if we can afford and this, then we need to buy as well. Buy actual item. Yeah, so player component shards minus equal selected item cost. And also we need to add into the inventory items. I guess we'll find the first item that is not, I mean, we could just append item here, and this is like selected item, right? That should be the only thing we need to do. I'm gonna catch unreachable here as well. We do need an allocator as well, though. Whoops. No. Stop it. Alright, so I'm just gonna go through. I mean, we could do this, I think. We go through all the items. We get the pointer. If item is null, can you, like, if it's a pointer, you have to dereference it, right, to equal it to this, right? And then yeah, if it's null, then we do items. Well, actually, no, we just say item dot blah 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 equals the. Actually, we need the item then as well. open the actual item here. Are we importing that? Yeah, we don't need to import it because we have it in here. And then, wait, this is the new item. Or appendee, or no, I don't know. Actually, we don't need the allocator. What the hell? Because it's not an allocation. Right. Yeah, because this is... Wait, is it? No, it's not. And if we didn't find anything that is null, it's simply not going to add it. So we might actually return a bool to tell us that it didn't work. Returns false if full. Shorts, wait, right, because we didn't want to, but now we need it to be mutable. Expected error unit, right. So, if it was full, if the inventory is full, maybe you can have like a chance to merge items before. If it's full, we just say it's, you know, you lose the item. So I'm just gonna do this. Okay, so now we're actually buying the item here. If we can afford it. Yeah. As far as I know, Twitch has API, YouTube doesn't, so you have to reverse engineer the protocol. What? Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I've seen people have both, like merged. Or maybe it was Discord, actually, I don't know. Yeah, so I can't buy this now. I can skip, and now everything is stopped because we're in the section that we haven't done yet. Cool, so we basically have the shop sort of done. The only thing left is essentially having a real population of the items. And then randomizing the items selected for purchasability. Cool. All right, so let's see. Also, thank you, Backpack Vacuum, for following. I missed that notification before. Sorry. Yeah, and I know you're gone now, but thank you anyway. Okay. Okay, so we got the shop. Now the next thing is the modification screen, which is where you can equip things on your ship, and you can merge things and stuff as well. Yeah, so let's do that. So here is the state for the modification screen. Kind of a weird name for the thing, but I'm not sure what to call it. Like equipping screen, maybe equip screen, maybe it's better. Equip, probably better name. Maybe I'm just gonna call it modification. Just why not? Okay. Now, what do we have here? We have like. We don't really need anything for this right now, actually, I don't think. Because everything is actually in like the player. It's gonna be things like if you have selected an item or something like that. If you want to look at like the description of an item, maybe. Yeah. So because everything is inside here. Like the inventory has all the items. And then the thing is, we don't have the slots yet. And my idea was to have different bodies for the players. You could like start the game with a different body, and then you unlock another body maybe, and then you'll use that, you know, like a roguelite game. So you would have, I'm not sure if we're gonna get to that point, considering the amount of time that I have, but because it's like tonight, and then for me it's night now, and then 2 more days of this, and then I don't have any more time. So I'm gonna have to focus on getting this basic functionality in to actually do these things, and then have to do all the weapons, all the tiers, everything there, the graphics for that and stuff, and then, like, you know, increasing variation, like the stages, the enemies, boss, like a boss or something like that. Like there's a lot of things to do here. But at least I have the idea clear. That's like a huge win, actually. Because that was super difficult in the beginning. I also realized that I'm putting a bunch of time in just speaking here. But that's for, like, yeah, streaming. Anyway. Stop ticking. Okay, sure. Let's just do like body. It's gonna be a player body, and player body is a. I want to put you down here. You are a. You could be a struct. You could be a union. Let's do a union enum. No. If you what happens if you put like a thing here and it's unreachable? Does that mean the compiler will crash? No, that can't be true. That can't be right. Okay. Dr. Crazy? Are you crazy? I did not say the stream was over. Could you quote me exactly what I said that triggered you to say, very cool, thanks for the stream? And let's see if I remember that or not. I've said a whole bunch of stuff. Player body. So you have some kind of slots configuration. Maybe it's just like a slice of slots. Like this. It's just a slice of slots. And I thought you were winding down, but why? Could you quote me exactly what I said that made you think that? I'll hang out until the end of the stream. Okay, thank you. That's nice of you. If it turns out that you're not an AI, I will be amazed. I don't know how we're gonna prove it. Okay, so the idea here is that we put in allocator. We also want to have like number of slots maybe, or like body type perhaps. We have like a body type. This will be body type. Body type, because you can't have a field name type, because that will be some kind of parsing error. I don't think so anyway. Wait, can you? Because it's a keyword. Yeah, it says type. That doesn't make sense. Unless we need to do this. Yeah, this doesn't work, right? Also, you should be an enum, I think. 2. I'm just gonna have something called 2, maybe one called 3 or something. I don't know. Item. Okay. Slots. Whoops. No. Slots equals to allocator. Man, I hate that. I hate that. When you try to type allocator. Wait, why does it think? Yeah. Every time I try to type allocator and auto complete, it always picks allow 0. So I have to type like at least alloc to get the allocator. That is so annoying. What is allow 0? Can I remove this? Because it's so annoying. Okay, anyway. Let's allocate. I'm just gonna catch an reachable here. Let's allocate like these things. We're gonna allocate based on the body type. We're gonna have like slots, a function here. And for now, I'm just gonna say we don't have to prove anything to each other. It doesn't matter who I am, really. I do admire your skills, though. I'm learning a lot from watching you work. Thank you. I have about 2 days left. Yeah, what do you mean? But why are you quoting me on that? Wait, are you saying that that is the quote you're using to say that I'm ending the stream now? Like, I have 2 days left? How do you come to the conclusion that I'm ending my stream when I say I have 2 days left? If anything, you should think that I have 2 days left of the stream. I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, so we're just gonna return switch self. 2 is 2, 3 is 3. That's how it is. Oh wait, you're the enum. You're the thing. You're the not that thing. There we go. There we go. Okay. Body is going to be nothing there. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be .init allocator. Oh. But then we can actually move that. We can actually have an error there. Allocator, and the body type is 2. Try. Okay, sometimes I wish this error message here, I wish that this was a better error message, to be honest. Like, expected type T found blah 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 error union error. Like, if they should have like a error message specifically for if they see like an errors union with T being the same type as the thing that you're trying to type in. Shouldn't there be like a better error message saying like, yeah, did you forget to try or something like that? I don't know, maybe it's in the works. Or error types didn't match or something like that. I'm gonna grab another drink. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about the noise. All right. What are we doing? So now we have this thing here, right? So that should now determine the weapon and all that stuff as well. So actually what we could do is maybe we could make like an iterator of weapons. Yeah, let's do that. Iterator of weapons. Alright, so weapon iterator. As one of the things in Zig is, well, if you haven't made your own like generic iterator library, sometimes you will write a bunch of iterators, which is a pretty cool pattern actually. I'm gonna have like index. No, actually it starts at 0. We're gonna have the context we need, which I guess would be the player component here. And we're gonna have a next function. Actually, let's start with init. Thought I heard something. Okay, iterator. This gives us an optional. I mean, I guess we get an item actually here. But we do want to get it. We actually, okay, this is where the things is a little bit weird now, because previously I've made this weapon thing already, which already works, which we've integrated into the rest of the game so you can shoot with it and everything. But now we have these item things that is not integrated, and it's like another way to kind of define a weapon. But I'm not sure if we should put like instance information here, or if we should keep item information. Maybe we'll just put the item on our current weapon thing and use that, perhaps. So we'll keep this, but instead of having maybe cooldown here, we'll put we'll just have like, or weapon type, we'll just put like item, which is the item that we have. It could be a pointer, but I don't trust that. But then we have to update this though. Also, we don't have level anymore. So we're not going to have level, we're not going to have weapon type, we're only going to have like the item. Which means that you are basically obsolete. And you, and you, and you as well. Whoops. Okay. Wait, didn't you have machine gun? I'm pretty sure you had machine gun as a thing. No? Oh, weapon machine gun, right. There we go. Except we don't have a base weapon or an extra weapon, so we have to remove those. Actually, I'm gonna do this. And also the weapon context does not exist either, so I'm actually gonna, well, this is kind of interesting. Yeah, we're not gonna have weapon context here. Okay, let's just continue here. We're gonna have to retrofit a bunch of stuff here though. Okay, so here we're simply gonna say if index exists, we get index out, otherwise we're gonna return null. And we're gonna increase u by 1 at the end. And then we're gonna say, actually, is this safe if we're gonna use it as well? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. And then we're gonna say, so we're gonna do player body, and then we have like slots. We're gonna do index to slots length if you know what, let's just do this here. If slots I, we get the item, and then if item, we don't need a pointer, if item type is equal to a weapon, then we return the item. So yeah, we find the next weapon. If we didn't find it, we're down here and we can set u to null. Actually, this doesn't work up here. No, wait, because you're not a null optional. So u will set to null. What happens here then? We set like the source to null, and then we try to add one. Would that crash? Probably, right? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna risk that. Yeah, because then we're done, and then we return null as well. Here we increase u by 1, because then we actually found one. Okay, so here we just return init player or self, and there we go. Cool. And then, I mean, we could generalize this if we want to be super fancy. I'm just gonna copy paste to get, well, actually I don't even need that right now because I'm only interested in weapons right now, actually. Wait, do we even need? Yeah, but the problem now is like these, like okay. The problem is that these are items. They're not like the player weapons that we had before, which has like instance data on them. But we could move the instance data. We could actually we could take these two, move it to the items of the weapons here, so we can actually put these here, and yeah, that's going to be initialized based on the weapon type. So and the tier and everything else, I guess. The cooldown is probably gonna be like calculated though. When ending the stream, probably in like an hour maybe. If I don't like fall asleep until then. I'm gonna try to do as much as I can on this system here. Get this these weapons up and running. Yes. Now you don't work anymore because we have this weapon thing that doesn't work. So I'm gonna remove you for now. You also don't work really. So I'm gonna disable this for now. However, we're gonna have an iterator. Why does that not work now? Oh, because it's a component. There we go. You're public, yes. Okay, so we have this iterator, and then we can say we get a weapon out, which is actually just an item. But we're gonna say like, what are we gonna do here? So this is the thing here. We're gonna have to yeah, we need a pointer. Is this really how it works? You should give a pointer then. Cool. But now this should be like this. All right. Let's see. We get, but this weapon is not the weapon. It's gonna be the item instead. And this one is like. Wait. Now this we don't do anymore. Why do we need the renderer? Oh, because we're updating the image. We don't need to do that. We check next shoot at. That should be just item type weapon. And then we shoot. Okay, I'm gonna shoot. This is gonna give you game position. I'm also going to give it, it's like the weapon, the actual item itself as well. What's your issue there? Wait, why are you double? Oh, interesting. That's weird. Like, how can you give it a pointer? That would give you a pointer to whatever came out of here. Which, okay, well, whatever. Could be a constant or whatever. It's kind of weird. Player component. Yeah, this doesn't play. Okay, I guess we don't need play component, maybe. Sure. Okay, now we need the shoot function. So let's take that. Well, go to item, put shoot in here. Alright. And you're probably a pointer. Or maybe not. Whatever. And then you are... Well... We can get the tier actually. Game... We do need game to spawn things. So shoot, game, and then we need... And then we're gonna have the item. This is the base, I guess, the item that we get from the thing. And then the position of the thing. Okay. Now, here's the thing. How are we going to implement this? I mean, we could delegate this to weapon type. There's also things like weapon mods that we should take into consideration at some point, somehow, somewhere. This is why I thought it would be maybe better if we made a generic struct that had a bunch of these at like the same place, because then the mod part will be pretty easy to just apply the mod. It's gonna be either that, or we could do some comp time magic to figure out which fields we need to modify if they are named the same. Like damage mod would increase the damage factor, for example. And then we could apply the mod to the base weapon stats to get a modified thing. So essentially, I mean, let's say we had a weapon mod and we like apply this to a weapon, right? Actually, this would be a weapon type, right? It doesn't matter. I guess it could be a weapon. Pointer to a weapon. No, not a pointer. And give us a new weapon. Okay. So this one. So first we can make a copy. And then we return the copy. Copy.mods is an array list. But I think this array list is going to have the same backing thing and everything. But it's essentially, you can just... You can basically you can just set items to... I mean, you can essentially just set it to empty. Or you can have the same... It doesn't matter actually, because it's a mod, so we don't really care about that. But the weapon type is going to be changed. So what we could do here is could say switch on weapon type inline else s apply to weapon type weapon, so this would be s, or we could just say s equals this because we want to make a copy. It could be either or. It's gonna have the same, you know, pattern, or we can just provide a pointer, change that directly. So then this is a private function, apply to weapon type, self, still this, weapon type, is a void. Okay, so then we could call switch on self mod type inline else s apply to weapon type. Yeah. Okay, and then you wait. Yeah, and then you are actually you will have the apply function. So here's the override, like an override function for applying. Right, and because we know that we're a damage mod type, then we can say that actually, okay, now we have to do like switch on weapon type. Now, and then we get inline else this again, and here we can do the thing. So here we can say if has field type of s dereferenced. I'm not sure if it works on pointers. Has field damage factor, then we say that s damage factor plus equals self damage factor. Also, this should be, well, no, it's not plus equals, is it? Yes, it's plus equals. But this shouldn't be like, it's kind of weird because the factor is 1.2, but actually increase. It's not like we're scaling down now, right? Because that would be adding another product. We're just increasing the general factor by 0.2. So we're increasing by 20%, except if you already had an increase of 20%, let's say, you just increased, now the total increase will be 40%, but that's still 20%. Yeah, okay. But the increase will basically, it's not the same as if you already have like 100% increase. It's not increasing, you're not gonna get 20% after the 100% increase. It's gonna be baked into the 100%. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm making any sense here, but there we go. So now we are calculating the ending, yeah, we're calculating how much they are gonna affect the thing. Okay, so we're calculating like a new weapon sort of data structure there. And you know, now we don't have to care about what the weapon type, like the type is here. This is a machine gun, this is a thing. As long as they have the field called damage factor, we can like modify it here. Okay. So I'm not saying this is a super good way to do things, but this would work now for this thing. So, because I'm trying to move quickly here as well as being productive. I'm trying to be productive as well as trying to keep maybe some sort of sane thing going on with the code. I don't know. So there we go. We could also have like a convenience function here that will say apply mods. That gives us a new this. Okay. And we're simply gonna say the weapon for self mods. We're gonna say apply. Wait. Oh, right. We have to go in here and weapon mode and apply to. No, just apply. Right, because I can access this because we're still in the same file. It's not public, but we're still in the same file. That's why I can access this non-public function, which was not the intention here. But I want to apply to self. Actually, you should be a copy of self. It's kind of weird how I made this thing here. It's going to be a, yeah. You know what? Let's not do it like that. Let's actually just make you mutable like this. And we don't make a copy. We just say that. And you are, wait, no. Wait, no, it's gonna be weapon type, yeah. Star. Okay, and then we don't do this, we simply do this, and then we return this here. There we go. So there we go. Now we can get like a new, like a modded weapon there. Okay, I'm kind of moving ahead a little bit before I'm doing the thing that I need to do. Right, so this thing here should actually spawn the bullets and everything that we need to do, which previously was made here, where we have a machine gun thing, we have a cooldown based on level and type, so machine gun and the level gave you cooldown, we get level up requirements, the weapon sprite, the shoot function, which also did this here, spawn projectile. Now we should move you over to here. Should have a function somewhere. I'm just gonna put this outside here. Now I don't need to format that, but old habits die hard. Okay. That should still be the same there. I'm just gonna then copy this part. So essentially, I guess we could get the weapon sprite. No, because it depends on the item, right? It depends on this. So I'm gonna do like in or switch weapon type, inline else. And I'm just gonna call shoot. Okay. And there's no shoot in weapon machine gun. So let's go weapon machine gun. And make a shoot function. Shoot it. All right. Game item position. Game item position. There we go. Okay. And I'm just gonna do this machine gun sprite, shoot one position. Okay, but this could potentially, you know, we have item tier, for example. We could make it so that if you have tier 2, it's going to shoot 2 bullets. If you have tier 3, and so on and so forth. I'm just going to do this very simple here for now. And of course, we're not using these things, but maybe we'll do that later. So there we go. Oh, we don't need sprite, I guess, there. Okay, cool. I mean, we could do the same as we're doing in the other thing. We could do like switch on item tier. 1 or 0 means 1. We shoot 1, and then the other ones we shoot 2. Actually, we could just do else here. Shoot 2. Which we didn't copy over, so I'll just copy that. Okay. All right. There we go. The cooldown, though. The cooldown. This has a cooldown. So this has like the cooldown data. So actually, when we shoot here, we should also modify the cooldown as well. Or, well, when we kind of, I guess we can have a function that like updates based on the mods and everything. So we'll get the modded weapon. It's going to be apply mods, and then cooldown is going to be modded weapon. Weapon type, and let's make a convenience function here. Cooldown. And then do you have a cooldown? Whoops. Sorry, I'm just gonna remove my cat here. Okay. Yes. Okay, great. Now, what's happening here? So cooldown. So I'll call this essentially whenever we need to update the things. Shoot will then say we'll do next shoot at is gonna be elapse time plus cooldown. Did I call it shot cooldown? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where are we now? What do we need to do? So we can shoot. We're calling this. I think we wired it up from the system now. So this one actually shoots, and that should update the cooldown of everything. We also need to call update on this as well. All right. Okay, so now we get some errors here because we didn't call this before. Expected 64 found use size. Wait, use size. Oh. There we go. Cannot do reference non-pointer type. No. Fine. Expected weapon type. Oh. Wait. Weapon type. Apply. Weapon type. Okay, sure. So now we don't shoot anymore because we don't have a weapon. So let's go to setup. Let's grab the player components. And let's go to 4D. Slots 0, and we're gonna set you to be weapon machine gun, and let's see if that works. There we go. And we can, well, we can't do anything here at all, but yeah. Okay, cool. So the kind of basic system there works. Yeah. Cool. Now, what we also could do is we could kind of say each slot would probably have some kind of offset that depends on, well, that's going to correspond to its position in relation to the player like center. So I'm gonna have like offset slot index yeah, and this is gonna depend on the body type, so there we go. So if we're 2, and the index is 0, is going to be, I'm just gonna do negative, I'm just gonna do this for now. We're gonna do like that. And then we can scale it by And for 3, I guess this could be at the back. So this could be like 0.5. Wait, this should be 0.5 here as well. And the Y could be like in the back, so like 0.3 maybe. Wait. No, it's gonna be wait. 0.7. There we go. Yeah, because it's like, how I'm thinking a 0, 0 is the center. That's how I'm thinking here. Actually, then this should be center. No, wait, yes. Center. Yeah, exactly. And then 1 is like, actually it can't be 0.7 then. Unless it goes from -1 to 1. It could also go from 0 to 1, where 0.5 is the center. So then this would be 0.3 and 0.7. And then these would be 0.5. Yeah, like UV coordinates. And we scale by... Well, that has to be scaled. I'm gonna have to... This will give you like, yeah, the kind of those coordinates there. And then it's gonna have to be scaled like afterwards. So, well, actually, we know the scale though. We know the scale because the body type should have kind of the size built into the thing. Actually, even we could even get the sprite if we had the game here. Which gives us the size of the thing. Two is gonna be game in its sprites, and that's one of the sprites, and then this one. Okay, so actually let's look at this here. Oops. Okay, so I don't really have a configuration for 2. I'm not sure how that's gonna look. If we're probably gonna take this and like we have to rotate, or it could just be this. Actually, it could just be this without the thing. You know, the thing above here. So let's take you out. You're not part of this. There we go. And here's the player. It looks a bit weird. I mean, we could also have... I mean, this could be... So what we could do is just have a... We could lose the hex thing. I mean, I kind of have the philosophy up until now where everything needs to be a hex. You can see here, like, everything is a hex, but even the planets are hexagons, sort of stretched out a little bit. The stars, everything is a hexagon shape. Galaxies, this, you know, so it's like a star. You can't, it's like, you know, it's a dot, but it's a hexagon when you zoom in. The previous player here, we got some, you know, everything is a hexagon or built from hexagons, like the guns, these kind of money shards things, enemies, yeah. The damage, or this is like things that come off in an explosion. But what we could do is kind of treat this as kind of the slots, and then the actual ship could be, you know, something like this, where you actually have a ship, but then you have these as slots or something. I was thinking first that this is the ship. This is the ship. I mean, you could have maybe a hexagon shape that is like on underneath. like this. So you still have, whoops, why? So you still have some kind of hexagon shape. I mean, sure, we could do something like this maybe. Okay, sure, whatever. We're keeping it true, as they say. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. I'm not a designer, as you can tell, but Dr. Crazy, you are crazy. Are you sure you're like like you're actually filtering what the AI there? Okay, 199. Uh, 47. 33, 31. Okay, that's the 2 slot. The 3 slot, I'm not sure if I even... I'm just gonna pick this here. Oh, I need to move it though, because it can't collide with the other one. You're making me feel like I'm bullying you, but I really think you're an AI. Okay, 199.88. 33, 33. I mean, if it turns out you're not, then it's actually amazing. And you should really consider how you type and interact with people. And me too, probably. Because you were actually an AI, and I didn't think you were. I don't know, I get paranoid. Okay, so those are the sprites. I need to copy over the thing here as well. What the hell, man? Come on. There we go. Oops. Okay. We have the sprite. We can now get the things there. We can say from here, actually, if we pass in game as well, we can then get the sprite. Actually, self-type sprite game. And if we do this and then we scale it by the size, that is sort of the offset. We also have to, I think, yeah, we have to subtract by the origin as well. To give us, because 0, wait, yeah, 0, 0 is the center of the place. Now we can just take the offset plus player center. That will give us the center of this thing. So there we go. So if we run this now, this should, well, actually we need to also take offset into consideration, which we don't when we shoot. So we need to go to item. Oh, and this is the thing now, actually. No, it's going to be in player system, actually, here. When we get the position of the body, we also need to get the index of this weapon in the slots, actually. So this is actually not enough here. We actually need to get the index as well. So this will give us the weapon iterator entry. Which is a thing where we have the index slot index and the weapon. Actually, it's the item, right? Yeah. Actually, I'm going to call you the item. So here we need to return slot index equal to I. Yeah. And item is item. Wait. Right, you're not a pointer now. You're just this. Okay. And you are an entry. And so I'll give you the item and the slot index. Okay. Right. And the position will be body position plus the offset, which is going to be weapon item type weapon offset. Wait. No. Player. Wait, now we need player component. Component body offset game slot index. We add the offset there, and then that is the position. And now we need to put the component here. All right, now I get some errors here. You right. Slot index. I mean, these are really gonna be unreachable, so I'm actually gonna say unreachable. F32. Oh, scale. Right. Wait. What's happening here? Size. No, this is multiply. All right. Oh. Runtime error. Access unit field type. Well, slots is active. What? Slots type. Oh, wait. No, this is a struct. What the hell? Okay. And then the alright. Type is body type. Wait. Yeah. But we can't. This doesn't work, right? You can't have type here, or can you? I thought for sure that you couldn't. And the LSP is going crazy. So I probably want to avoid it. There you go. Now you can see it's firing off to the left there. So what we're gonna do? Actually, I want to rename you actually, because now it says body type. If I have type, it says type, which is, you know, you can have a type as a type. And now it says body type, just because we changed the name. The type of this thing is body type. So I'm gonna do this just to make the LSP not like wanna do something bad. So let's see. Right, so now I want to actually also, because I want to test if both slots have a weapon machine gun, we should get two firings happening there. And there we go. We actually do get 2 firings, although it looked a bit strange there for a second. Oh. Okay, I see what's going on. So if I hold my key or my mouse in here, you can see it's firing normally. If I move over here, it's not firing because it's following my mouse, even though it's okay. No, this happens in controllable. I see. So the clamping does not happen in here. It happens in the physics system because we're changing the position here. Then later in update gameplay, controller happens first, but then physics happens. So that should make it go back. Excuse me. Wait, where are we clamping the body to the center? Does that happen in the player system? Oh, maybe it happens here. But then we should do this before we do anything else, actually. Okay, there we go. Cool. Okay. Great. Cool. Now, we've done all that crap. So we have kind of the base for this to kind of work. I want to change the player skin, or you know, the drawing thing. Let's see. I mean, really, it should be like renderable. Body sprite. Okay, that gives us the renderable, and then we can change it there, and we add the thing there. Oh. Okay, well, let's move you over there. You're not even used, so we don't care. Cool. Now we should have the new ship. Yeah. Okay. Looks amazing, right? Man. Okay, so yeah, so now I mean, how much can we do on the modification page, or page? I'm even calling it a page because it's like a UI. A web developers usually call things pages when it's like a new, you know, it's like a unique URL is essentially a page. But anyway, we have like draw modification. So here we need to draw the things. So I'm gonna go to draw shop, copy some stuff, go back to this, do that. We're gonna draw a border. Yeah, and that's basically it. And then, so this will make it so that when we press skip, now something would actually happen now. It kind of looks like a snail now. Okay, and now we get like over here. And here is where we should show the player ship, and you should be able to like switch out parts. You should be able to see your inventory. I'm thinking maybe inventory is like, should it be like up top or down here? Should the ship be down here? Or should the ship be up here and you drag up? I think the ship should be up here and the inventory down here. So I'm gonna make like the inventory be like the bottom part. Okay. So let's do here. So we'll do like draw inventory. And draw like modification shape. Yeah. Let's do that. All right. Now, draw the inventory. So we wanna basically, I'm gonna do the same thing where I'm like top left, bottom right. What else do we have? Size. That is happening over here. I'm gonna copy you. Alright, except we're not gonna do that. So now we should get like a black screen there. We should be able to go to this place immediately actually. So I'm going to go to game and we're gonna go to modification directly. So if I start the game now, it should go to modification immediately and hopefully not crash. Okay, so we can see the thing was actually in the wrong place. So this will be like, no, that should be 165 or maybe 55. Okay, sure, why not? You go down to 95. Okay. And now we're gonna show a bunch of hexes there. Do you want to lay them out as hexes as well? I guess we could. So I'm gonna draw a bunch of empty item slots. I'm not sure how many will be able to be filled here. We're gonna have number of columns. I'm just gonna pick a number here. So columns and rows. And we're just gonna do the empty thing here. I think it was an item, empty slots, yes. So empty slots, it's gonna be this. And we're gonna draw you at the position, and you're gonna be so it's gonna be like top left plus some kind of offset. Offset will be I wish there was like a from int here, but you're gonna be float from int x, y, and then we scale that by something. Yeah, we scale it by like wait, actually, since it's gonna be a hex, it's gonna be so okay, I'm just gonna define this here. The width is gonna be that's gonna be empty slot width or size x. Height is not gonna be exactly the height. It's gonna be like if you look at this, here is like the center point. If we take this point here, this starts at 81, and then we have this overlap. So 81, and this one is 95. So 81, so 95 minus 81, it's 14 difference. So it's only 14 difference, but the actual height of these are 19. So there's 5 pixels overlap. So 14, the height is 14. I'm just gonna hard code that in there. Okay. And the width is, I mean, the width is 17, but if we move this over, the difference is only 16. This is 215. This is 199. That's 16. Because they're overlapping here. So if we keep the same overlap, we should get this layout, because otherwise that's going to move over one step. We're going to get a double border. It's not going to align perfectly here. So I think this lineup or setup is pretty good. So actually, I'm just going to set you to be 16. Hard code that in there. Very, very cool. Okay, scale is, so these are 1, 0. All right. Scale, width, and height. Actually, multiple. Sorry. Item or slot size is gonna be width, height. Multiply slot size. All right. Let's see how that looks. Not sure how many columns or rows we're gonna have. Okay, that looks horrible. Oh, right. So we need to know if it's an even or odd row. So even is even is gonna be mod x2 if that is equal to 0 or even or whatever is one of them anyway. And then if yeah, so x is gonna be like if let's do like offset x if is even that is gonna be like, so that's gonna be like half the width, right? L0. So plus, okay. Hey, Deja Vu's, what's up? Do you have expertise to make two different contents of Azeroth add-ons compatible? Short answer is probably no. I mean, is it Lua? Contents of Azeroth? What the hell is that? Wait, oh yeah, okay, Azeroth. I mean, Azeroth. What do you mean? Is that the name of the latest expansion or what? Conquest of Azeroth? Like, I'm not up to date with my WoW stuff. I mean, I know Lua, but I don't know much about how the API looks right now in Blizzard UI stuff. It depends on how complicated they are, I guess. Are they open source? Loot Collector and Dragon UI. It's a private server. Okay, so it's not your... Okay, well, I recommend going to those, like, you know, where you find those. And if they have like a comment system or something, is it like Nexus or something? I don't know. Whatever it's called. And like adding, you know, or you can get like, if you can find like the GitHub repo or something, and you can like add a comment asking to make them compatible. And they will probably make an official release, maybe, that will make it compatible. Or something like that. I mean, that would be the best for everyone. But yeah, I guess you could also fork it and make it, if it's, you know, available. I'm not sure. Do you use cloud AI or AI engines? What is an AI engine? I mean, I'm using Claude a little bit and Codex. Not right now, but for other projects. Sometimes I use it to implement things, but you have to be careful as well, because it can just throw a bunch of shit in there that you didn't say it should do. And also I'm using it to give like suggestions on like implementations for different problems and stuff if I feel like it. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Why do we get this weird pattern now? Oh, whoops. I accidentally exited. Okay, we're fine, I think. Wait, so offset X width over 2. Oh, because this is before the scale, right? So add init offset X. There we go. Yeah, like, well, terminologies are like, new terminology seems to be invented every day, but I think like agentic coding is maybe a proper one. If you have an AI that is like, you know, you're telling it to do something and it does a bunch of, it does like, it kind of automates this whole task until it deems the task to be done. That is called like agentic AI, because it's like an agent. That's the term that was coined, like an agent AI that does like multiple tasks from one prompt. And then I don't really know what like ChatGPT would be classed as, like the chat way of doing things. Although agentic is also like kind of like chatting as well. You can essentially use agentic AI to also the same way, like chatting to an AI, but it can solve like problems in a different way. And you know, if you don't host it on your local machine, like if you're not actually running an AI on your local machine, then it's going to be ran in the cloud, which essentially just means it's ran in some computer over at, you know, whatever, you know, OpenAI or whoever, Anthropic or whoever has the thing hosting there. What the hell? Oh yeah, you're a U size. I mean, we could make you an F32. There we go. And I don't want you to truncate, even though it should be, it should be 8 there, but whatever. Okay, let's see if this works. No. Huh. Wait. As an even row is what this means. This means even column. It should be even row though, right? No. This should be, wait. It should be Y here. Yeah. That's an even row. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's do, maybe we'll reduce by 1 or 2 or something. Also, they're not quite like drawn in the center there. Not sure why they're so far up there. Top left. Position top left. Okay, so because this goes to sprite draw, which does do the origin thing. So this position should be center. Oh yeah, so then we actually need to add to the center, because the center is like top left. So either we add a little bit of padding. I mean, we could just yeah, we could just do, so top left, so start, I don't know what to call it. It's just gonna be top left And then we add like a little bit of padding there. So I'm just gonna add like, it's gonna be at least 8 by 8 because 8 by 8. So let's do like 12 by 12 perhaps. What the hell? Oh. Storage. I want to discuss videos with Claude or whichever. It keeps asking me the transcripts because it fetches requests for you to get blocked. None of the videos I get in YouTube where you click show transcript actually works. Yeah. I think it's because like if you're not logged in to YouTube and try to do a bunch of requests, you're gonna get blocked eventually. Like that's usually how websites do it. Like you only have like a maximum number of fetches before you get blocked or timed out. So that's probably, you're logged in, but Claude is not logged in. That's the thing. I mean, okay, the request that Claude makes, like how is it making the request? Like how it, like it probably is not gonna use your, you know, cookies and stuff. It's just gonna call like with a fresh, you know, with no cookies or anything or headers or anything. Like it's just gonna curl it essentially. Yeah. Google it because you know that is probably something people should have tried by now. I mean, doesn't YouTube have that kind of almost that functionality already? Like they have like some kind of summary stuff, but maybe it's not on all videos though. Okay, so we have this is the inventory, all right. However, the thing is that we don't have. Well, how many are these? It's 9 by 9. That's 81 slots. And if we go over to the player inventory, we have 10. So let's increase this to 81. This super arbitrary. I mean, we could also say n items, item columns, and rows, and you're gonna be columns times rows, and then you're gonna be player inventory columns rows. Okay, now that is fully connected there. All right, now cool. So we have this thing. Now we want to kind of display the items as well. We probably want to have like a similar description thing popping up if you're hovering over, or like clicking. Actually, hover is something you have to disregard. Like whenever you are thinking about making a mobile interface, there's no such thing as a hover. Like hover doesn't exist anymore. So actually you have to kind of select an item to get the description, like actually pressing on it. I'm not sure where we would fit that unless we could like lower the amount of rows here to maybe 4 rows or even 3. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, let's do like 3 rows. And then this is gonna go way up here, 75 maybe. Yeah, it's also better for mobile, like interface. Is this enough? No. So let's try 80. There we go. When you full screen a video on YouTube, there's also a button ask to chat with Gemini about the video. There you go. You already have it already exists. It's just that you don't use Claude. Do you have to use Claude there? Dijavus? Okay, so I'm thinking this is where the inventory is, and then we have the description up here, and then the ship is down here. So now for your thumb, it's gonna be easier also to kind of drag things as well there. So there we go. There's the inventory. We're not drawing any like item icons, but we don't have any, so there we go. However, what we could do is we could actually get the item. So I is going to be x plus y times the columns. And then we got the item. It's going to be player component, which we don't have. So we have to grab player. Here are going to be inventories, items, I. If it doesn't exist, we just continue. Otherwise, we can get... well, let's just draw like a rectangle for now. Let's draw a rectangle, V. Let's do position, subtract. Let's do like something smaller there. Size is 12 by 12. Color is blue. So now at least we're drawing something there. All right. Oops. But we don't have any items in our inventory. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to create player, and I'm actually gonna add an item to our inventories. Let's say 0 equals to a weapon machine gun. Okay. Everything is a weapon machine gun. Oh, it might be because it's like initialized with a bunch of... Yeah. Okay. I see. So actually... okay, let's add a setup function. Well, no, we don't actually need that. We could just do it here actually. Slots is you. Your slots. 4 slots. Item is equal to null. Same thing with the inventory. Items. All right. Now there shouldn't be any garbage data there. Cool. So we can see the first item there. When you full screen using okay. Zig seems to have long compilation times. Yeah, I think the most of the time is actually like the link, the LLVM link thing, or emitting. It says something emitting binaries or whatever. That takes a long time. But they are working on like replacing the LLVM back end, although I'm not sure exactly if they're gonna replace it 100%, like the full backend, or if they are just changing a part of it. Also, they're working on the incremental compilation as well, but right now it's like in a more like experimental stage where it can be miscompilations happening. So I don't really want to use it because of that. But yeah, they are working on it. Yeah. That's a task and a half. Yeah, it is. Especially since, like, you know, there's only essentially like 2 major implementations of, you know, compiling that stuff, like Clang and you know, GCC or whatever. There's no way they're changing the whole backend. I don't know. I don't know if there's only like if it changes like a part of it. As that, I'm not sure, but they're doing something. They're replacing something that has to do with LLVM. Hey, Dr. Crazy. At the moment, for 0.17, they're revamping the build system. Supposedly the changes will reduce initial compile wall clock time by a lot. Not sure how they're going about it. Okay. Okay, yeah. So now, let's see. I have about 3 minutes left before my arbitrary blocking of this session here. So let's see if we can just draw the... Oh, here's our friend 2A. Goodbye. Let's see if we can go back to draw, and we're going over to draw the ship. You are gonna be at like slightly above this, so you're gonna stop at 75 maybe, start at 65, I don't know, maybe 60 probably. So in Zig you recompile the whole project every time even though you change one letter in a file. Yeah, there's no like object files. Like there's no, as far as I know, they do have, there is some caching going on when it comes to like dependencies. I think, I'm not sure if that is part of, because essentially, if you change something, that can potentially trigger a bunch of comp time changes that could compile things entirely differently, even in libraries that you import and stuff. So I think they have to basically compile the whole thing every time. Like the standard library has a bunch of comp time stuff that changes depending on what you have. And one simple example is like if you just want to log... Oh my god, what happened now? Why is it crashing so much? Okay, 1 second. Does it crash every time now? I have to shut down WSL again. Okay, I'm gonna check the disk stuff. Sometimes the disk gets full. That's another thing with Zig, is like it has this cache directory which grows every time you compile. It grows without like any limit. So you have to, like, sometimes you have to just go in and clear out the cache, because otherwise it's gonna take up all your space. And I'm getting a bunch of weird errors. So if I go to gamejam, see this cache is like 22 gigs here. It's like a disk leak, I guess. Because every build ends up in its own directory or something like that. So I'm just gonna delete that. And now we have a couple of gigs extra there. Yeah, so exactly. So if we go back, I'm gonna show this here. So if you do like log debug, for example, and you put like d.2 5 point blah blah blah. So this will this is a comp time thing. So basically it's taking this and it does a bunch of rule checks on this in comp time. So this will, produce different code depending on what you put in here. This thing that you're putting in here is it's an any type, which means that the type is not known until you compile here, and it's gonna produce different functions depending on what you put in here, essentially. And also, like, if you call this again with a string and we do that, now we essentially have two different versions of the debug function, because we have two different, like, it's like an overload. So there's two versions now being produced while compiling. So essentially you have to compile everything, because otherwise this won't work, right? At least that's how I think it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. It's the same as printf function in C. Okay. So is that also comp time based? Is that a magic function? Because this is like built into the language. Like, you could make this function yourself if you wanted to. All right. Is it magic though? Is printf magic, or meaning it's like built into the compiler, or is it a standard library function? Like, I know you have to import stdio or whatever, but, or wait, is it stdio? There's like one for C and one for C++. I forget which one it is. It's std function, yeah. Yeah, but how do they do the comp time stuff though? You can always go to definition and find out. Yeah, but I'm not in C, so yeah, standard IO.h. Right. Okay. Right. So we're drawing the rectangle. No. V. And this is top left. Yeah, that's one of the downsides with Zig. Like the compilation times are actually pretty large. I usually don't have a problem with it since I'm this kind of iteration type program where you just change one line and then test it and one line. That it's not super common for me. I think some people have built also like hot module reloading when it comes to like if you have like an ECS system, you can build like a hot module reload pretty, you know, I mean, I'm not sure how reliable it's gonna be. It depends on your system and everything, but you could do something like that, and then you essentially just, yeah. But I just can't be bothered to do that. I just feel like that's going overboard, and sometimes maybe you get into some weird issues with that. So I don't know. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. It would be nice to have hot reloading, but it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it does stack up like a couple of seconds here and there, you know. But yeah. Okay, let's okay, let's do it like this. I'm gonna get the player ship drawn in here, and then I'm gonna call it today. So I'm kind of nervous at how much we're gonna make this, because I wanted to make this basic kind of game, like these features, the basics of them have them in, which we kind of have, but now I realize that the amount of content that I need to create now for this is gonna be massive. So, but yeah, let's just continue and we'll see how far we get. Okay, so we have this rectangle. Let's draw the ship. So essentially, we're gonna get the player component. Then we have the body. Oops. And we're gonna get the sprite, and we're gonna draw it, and the position is gonna be, I'm just gonna make a position here, scale 1, rotation 0. Now here we could increase the scale if we want, because it kind of makes sense actually. Let's increase it to 2. Face cam per day 5. I don't have a cam. Ship with 3 weapons, build on it for shipping the game. You would buy it? I mean, that's the most AI thing you ever said. Okay. Position. Position is going to be top left plus the size scale over 5. Right, that's like the center, right? And you're actually named self. Okay, now we should see the ship. Yeah, but it's not tinted properly. So actually I'm gonna get the renderable instead. Player renderable. Which does have the correct stuff. I'm not sure why I didn't do that to begin with. There we go. All right. There we go. So now we can kind of the idea is that you would, drag this here, that's gonna switch them out, drag this here, is gonna switch them out. So that's what's left here. Also, like clicking this to make sure, so you can see like a description pop up there. And also another thing is like merging items. So essentially, like if you have two weapons of like the same type and there's the same tier, you can like drag them into each other to merge them. That's where the merging comes in. Like the themes of this game jam is like hex and merge. And here you go. Here's one screen with both hexes and merging them. So you're gonna be able to merge them, kind of like one of those. Whatever. You're merging them, and they will get like they increase the tier of the weapon into like tier 2. If there's two tier 1 weapons, you merge them into a tier 2. And then it's gonna be better. So then you equip that, and you're gonna have a better weapon there. Yeah, so that's basically the idea. Now what's remaining is just doing that, and then when that's done, essentially the rest is just adding a bunch of content, essentially. Different weapons, like I need to make graphics for each different thing, like different weapon mods, body mods, different kinds of enemies, having the enemies randomly get mods as well, possibly, like also these weapons, but in like a lower tier or something like that. So yeah, there's a lot of, I need to like, if I want to have my kind of vision for this game, I need to do a lot of work and fast. If I'm gonna make it, there's only 2 more days. It's like, I guess, like in total, like almost, I mean, if I'm lucky, maybe 8 more hours. We'll see. All right, but this is gonna be it for this time. So thank you very much for joining me, and yeah, thank you very much. I'll see you later, and have a nice day or evening or morning or whatever it is where you are. Probably not morning, but I don't know. Anyway, maybe I should send you off somewhere, actually, because yeah, thank you, Penguin. You're always there to help me with finding a raid target. Just Jane. Okay. Let's go. Start the raid. Alright, thank you, Dr. Crazy. Wait, I pressed the thing. Oh, we're unable to raid at this time? What? Wait. Okay, I'll refresh the page. And try it now. Start raid. Wait, I get some error. I don't know, I've never gotten this error before. I'm trying to raid, but it says I get an error. We're unable to raid Just Jane at this time. Okay, I'm gonna try someone else. Do you have anyone else on your list? She accepts trusted. Okay. Random logic. Alright, let's go. Okay, I think that works. Alright, see ya.